Hey guys, my name is Franklin and I'm an architect. So I've been using Rhino for almost 5 years now. So I'm sharing my knowledge through this course. This is a complete Rhino course from beginner to advanced level. By the way, this is a chapter 1 where I'll be explaining the essential tools and commands. So this video is actually the collection of tutorials which I have made before. So without any further ado, let's get started. Let's begin with it. Alright, before getting started, you can download Rhino from rhino3d.com. Just click this download Rhino 8. You can download Rhino for Windows right here and for Mac right here. And you can purchase Rhino license by clicking Rhino 8 for Windows. And you have to log in or create a Rhino account to download. Or else you can use the 90 days trial version from here. Okay, first I'm gonna explain about the interface of Rhino. When you first open Rhino, this will look like this. In the topmost part we have a title bar, and below that we have menu bar which contains file, edit, view and other stuffs. And below that we have a command box, which is more important in Rhino. I will explain about that later. And this is the main toolbar which we are going to use most of the time. And the left side we have extended toolbar or standard toolbars, and the right side we have panels which contains layers, properties and other stuffs. And the bottom we have snapping toolbars and also the status bar. And the most important thing is the workspace. We have 4 viewports. In Rhino they call the workspace as viewport. And we have 4 viewports, as I said. This is top view, and this is front view, and this is right side, and this is the perspective view. These 3 viewports are 2D viewports, and the only 3D viewport is perspective view. Let me show you. If you created a 3D model, you can see this, like this is the perspective 3D viewport, and we have right side view, and this is front side view, and this is top view of this box. I will create another shape so that you can understand easily. Now you can see this is the 3D model which we created, and we have the top view and the front side and the right side. If you change anything in a viewport, it will reflect it to all the viewports. Okay. If you want to maximize this viewport, you just simply double click on this name tag, and if you want to minimize, again double click. This is how we switch viewport to viewport. There is one good thing in Rhino. We can do a thing in a multiple ways. For example, we can switch viewport to viewport, like simply minimizing and maximizing the windows, or we can switch from here. If you want to go to the perspective view, just simply click perspective, top view, front view and right view. And in the perspective view, when you right click, it will orbit the space. At the same right click in the 2D viewports, this will pan. And we have small arrow mark near the name tag. Just click on this. We have so many options here. First part is the display modes. We have so many display modes in the viewport. First we have wireframe. In wireframe we can see the wireframe of the structure, the skeleton of the model. And second we have shaded. In the shaded view we can see with the surfaces which we are going to use most of the time when modeling. And next we have render views. Let me create a surface here. In render view we can see the materials. Once we apply the materials, we can see it in the render views. And we have ghosted view. Ghosted view is the mix of shaded and also the wireframe. You can see the skeleton as well with the surface. And then we have X-ray and technical and artistic, pen, monochrome. Actually, monochrome is the new features only available on Rhino 8 Arctic. And finally we have ray traced. Ray traced is the actual rendering display mode in Rhino. Let's go back to the shaded view. We have some options here. We will see this in the upcoming videos. When you are starting Rhino as a beginner, it will feels like too much. There are too many options and everything. You don't have to know everything from the beginning. And when you used to it, you will understand everything in Rhino. So we will see this in the later videos. Here we have some viewport options. There is an active viewport. You can switch viewport to viewport from here also. If you want to go to the top view, just go to the active viewport and press top. And we have a viewport layout. This viewport layout, we can create a new viewport. Like if you minimize this, you will see you can create as much as you want to create a viewports. And then we have 4 viewports tab. If you want to close this viewport, you can simply click close viewport. And if you accidentally do this, just click the arrow and go to the viewport layout and press 4 viewport. This will reset the viewport. And we have a 3 viewport also. This will show only 3 viewports. Let's maximize this perspective view. And we can also set views from here. Actually we are in the perspective view. If you want to change this view to another view like top, bottom, left, right, front, back, anything you can change. Just simply click this. You can find the points and lines from the standard toolbar here. Go to the top view. There is 2 ways to access a function. One is you can find it from the toolbar. Like we can find it from the standard toolbar or else here. The another one is you can activate a function by typing the command. By typing point, you can access the point function. You can access any function by typing on the command box. To place a point, just click on the point icon from the standard toolbar and place it anywhere you want in the viewport. If you want to place it in a certain location, then just click on the point icon, and in the command box it asking the location of the point object. So you have to give a certain location. For example, I'm gonna give 15, 15. Then press enter. The point will be placed in the coordinates. If you place the cursor on the point tool, it's showing 2 options. When you left click on the point tool, this will activate a single point. But if you right click on the point tool, this will activate a multiple point. And also you can see a small arrow near the point tool. Just click on that. When you click on that, you will see some other point options. Let's see about that. I'm gonna expand this toolbar to the viewport so that we can use it from here. We already saw the first 2 options, single point and multiple point. And here we have extract points. Let's see about that. If you draw a curve and select it, you will see some points. These points are control points. We can manipulate the geometry using these control points. Let me show you. Perspective view. Let's create a box. And turn on the control points. By moving this control point, we can play with the form. By using this extract point command, you can extract the points from this object. Okay, another important function from the point tab is this one, divide curve. Let's draw a curve. Now I'm gonna divide this curve using this divide command. We have two options here. One is divide curve by length and the another one is divide curve by number of segments. To activate the first one, press left click on this icon. It's asking select the curves to divide. I'm gonna select this curve and press enter. The total curve length is 179 meters. I want to divide the curve in 10 meters length. So I'm gonna type 10. Then press enter. Now the curve is divided. Also, if you want to divide a single curve into multiple curve, then you have to turn on this split to yes and then press enter. Now the curve is divided into each segments. To activate the second options, just right click on this icon. And it's asking select the curves to divide. I'm gonna select this and press enter. It's asking number of segments you want to divide. So I'm gonna give like 15 and check the split. If you want to split the curve into multiple curves, then the split should be yes, otherwise it should be no. Now the curve is divided into 15 segments. We also have some other points in the points tab, but we won't need that because most of the time we will use points only for reference. Okay, now let's see about lines. Here is the line icon. When you press the small arrow, this will extend the line options. Just drag it to the viewport so that we can use it from here. Here the first one is single line. Just click on that. You can start randomly anywhere from the viewport, or else you can type the coordinate. For example 10,10 and press enter. Now it's asking end of the line. Yeah, same as start. You can place it anywhere on the viewport, or else you can give some certain location. This is how we draw the lines. If you want to draw a proper horizontal or vertical line, then you have to turn on this ortho. Once you turn on this, we can draw a proper horizontal and a vertical line. Let's see the other options from the line tool. The second one we have is polyline. In polyline, you can draw a continuous line from this command. And the rest of the line options we can access from the first one. When you click on this, you will see some other options here in the command box, like both sides, normal, angle, vertical. Let's see about that. First one is both sides. Just click on that. After clicking that, if I draw a line, that will extend it in the both sides. The second one is normal. Using normal, we can draw a line from curves, surfaces and solids also. For example, let's create a box. Go to the perspective view. Let's create a box. Okay, click on that. Select normal. Now it's asking select object and select the object. Then you can draw it from the surface. Okay, type line. The next one we got is angle line. Let's see how to draw an angle line. For that, first we need to draw a baseline. I'm gonna turn on this ortho line. Now I want to draw a 30-degree angle from this line. Let's type line. Just click on this angled and it's asking start of the baseline. This is start of the baseline. And now the end of the baseline. Now it's asking the angle, let's say 30, and enter. Then click anywhere you want. One more thing, the angle will be calculated from the baseline which you choose. For example, type line angled. If I choose this line as my baseline, let's give 20 degree and press enter. The angle will be calculated from this line. Okay, let's see the next one, vertical. By selecting this, we can draw a vertical line. Go to the perspective view. You can draw a vertical line using this function. Let me show you again. Just type line and click vertical, then you can draw it. You can also activate the function by typing the underlined letter of the option. For example, if I type V and enter, this will activate as a vertical line. If I type B and enter, this will activate the both sides. If I type A and enter, this will activate as an angle line. And the rest of the options we are not gonna see in this video, because these options are not gonna help that much when you are working on 3D model or drafting. You can find the curves tab from here. Just expand this to the viewport so that we can use it from here. Let's see what all are the options in curves. Before that, just place some points for reference. If I draw a curve using this control point curve, then you can see that they don't go through the points. Here they don't go through the points. Okay, the second one is interpolate curve. If I draw a curve using this function, you can see that the curves are passing through the points, which means the curves will pass through wherever you click. And this is the function which we use most of the time when we are working in Rhino. Okay, let's see the next one, interpolate curve on surface. Using this command, we can draw a curve on surface. For example, in the perspective view, let's create a sphere right here. Just click on the function. It will ask select the surface to draw curve on. Just select the surface, then you can draw it on the surface like this. And let me show you again. Just click on that and select the object and you can draw on it. Okay, let's see the other one. Here we have sketch. Using this function, you can randomly sketch anywhere on the viewport. Just click on that, you can sketch however you want and press enter. This will turn into the curves. If you want to sketch on a surface, just right click on this function. Yeah, you can see if I hold the cursor on this function, it will show you the left click will be the sketch and the right click is the sketch on surface. Just right click on this function and it's asking select the surface to sketch on. Just select the surface and you can draw it randomly. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And here we have spiral. Using this command, we can draw a spiral. Just click on that. Now it's asking the axis, which is the direction. Let's give a random direction. Now it's asking the first radius. I'm gonna give 15 and press enter. And now it's asking second radius. I'm gonna give 1 and press enter. If you want to change the number of turns in the spiral, then just click on that. Then you have to change the value in the turn. Let's give 15, press enter. Then we have to give the start point and also the end point. Now you can see the turns of the springs is increased to 15. Okay, let's see the next one is tween curve. In this function we can create curves between two curves. Let's draw curves first. Just click on this command. Now it's asking select the start and end curves. I'm gonna select these two curves. Here in the number you can specify the count of the curves in between these two curves. I'm gonna give 3 and press enter and enter again. It will create 3 curves in between these two curves. Okay, that's it about curves right now. Let's see about the arcs. Let's close it, and this is the arc function. I'm gonna expand this to this viewport. Let's go to the top view. Here the first one is center start angle. Just click on that. Before that I'm gonna draw a reference line so that you can understand easily. Now just click on that. It will ask the center of the arc. I want to draw an arc here, so this is the center. Just click on this, and now it's asking start of the arc. Just give the start point and the end point. Just like that you can create an arc. When you select the arc, you will see the control points. If you want to create an arc with more control points, just click on this and select deformable. Then you can choose the point counts, which is the control points. You can specify how many control points you want. I'm gonna give 10. If I draw an arc now, it will have totally 10 control points, so that you can manipulate the control points if it's needed. Okay, let's see the second one is start, end and point. In this function, first you have to pick a start point and then end point, and then you can create an arc through this point. The difference between the first one is, first one you can create an arc from the center point, and the second one you can create an arc from the start and end point. Let's see the third one. Third one is similar to the second one. First you have to click a start point and then end point. Then you have to give a direction to create a curve. And here we have arc through points. In this function you can create an arc using points. Let's place some reference points. Now just click on this function, and it's asking select the points to build curve. Just select all points and press enter. It will create arc through points. And one more command I missed in the curve section, which is curve through points, right here. This is similar to the arc through points. You can create a curve using points. Before that, just place more points and just type curve through points. Here it is. Click on that. Same, it will ask select points to build curve. I'm gonna select all these points and press enter and enter again. It will create a curves through these points. If you want to create a polyline instead of this curve, just type the same command, curve through points, and same, select all points and press enter. And now you have to change the degree value. you have to give 1 and press enter. It will create a polyline instead of curves. If you give more than 1, it will create a curve. If you give 1, it will create a polyline. Here you can find the circle function. Just maximize the top view. Let's drag this to the viewport. Here the first one is circle from radius. Just click on this. In this command we can draw a circle using radius. It's asking center of the circle, just place somewhere. Now it's asking the radius. Just give a value and then press enter. And here the second one is circle using diameter. First you have to start from somewhere, then you will give a value for diameter. The next one is 3-point circle. Okay, let's place some reference points here. Now click on this 3-point circle. Just now it's asking select the first point. Just give a first point, second point and third point. That's how we create a circle using this command. Actually the diameter of the circle is also known as 2-point circle and the radius is a 1-point circle. Let me show you the difference of these 3 circles. Let's draw a line for reference. If you draw a circle using single point, wherever you click, that will be the center point of the circle. If I click this end to this end, it will create a circle around this point. But if I use the 2 points, the circle will fit within the 2 points. If you want to draw a circle touching these 3 ends, then you can use the 3-point circle. You have to select the first point, second point and third point. And these 3 functions are the most useful circular functions when it comes to 3D model. Okay, let's see the next one. The next one is circle around curve. Using this function, you can draw a circle around any curves. Let me show you. The perspective view, let's draw a curve first. Now select this function. It's asking select the curve. Just select this. Now you can draw a circle in various format. Like if you give a value, let's say 20, it will create a 20-meter radius of a circle around the curve. If you want to create a circle using diameter, just click on this. Then you have to change this to diameter and then give a value. And also you can draw a circle using area. Let's just click on this and give some area and then press enter. It will create a circle with that area. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And here we have vertical. We can use these 2 functions to draw a vertical circle. This one here is a vertical circle using diameter and radius. Just click on it and you have to enter value for diameter and then press enter. This will create a vertical circle. If you wanted to use other options, just click on this. Then you can use it from here using radius, area and these kind of stuff. And the second one is 2-point. You can draw a circle using 2 points in vertical. Like this. Here we have deformable. Using this function, you can customize the control points of the circle. Just click on that. You can give a point value here. Points count is basically control points. Just click on this and let's say 20 and enter. If you draw a circle now, it will have totally 20 control points. Okay, let's see the final one, which is fit points. Using this function, you can draw a circle fit through points. Let me show you. Let's place some points here. Then click on this. It's asking select the points. Select these points and press enter. It will create a circle through these points. And if you select all the points, it will approximately fit the circle within these points. Okay, that's it all about circles right now. Let's see about the ellipse next. Let's close this. Here you can find the ellipse. Just drag it to the viewport. Ellipse is basically similar to the circle. Here we have ellipse from center, diameter, around curve, deformable. This is similar like circle. Just click on the first one. You can access the rest of the options from here. So I'm gonna close this right now. Just type ellipse. You can draw ellipse by simply clicking like this, same as circle. If you click this deformable, then you will have an ellipse with more control point. You can specify the value here and then press enter. Then if you draw an ellipse, then it will have some control points. And here we have vertical, diameter, around curve. These rest of the functions, it's all the same. These rest of the functions, I'll leave it to you guys. Do explore by yourself to understand better. Just type rectangle. Just like other function, you can simply draw a rectangle by clicking and dragging like this. If you want to specify a certain value, then type rectangle. Just click somewhere for the first corner, then type the length, let's say 30, enter. And now it's asking width here. Let's give some value for width, let's say 50, then press enter. That's how we create a rectangle usually. Okay, let's see the other options within the rectangle. Before that, just place some points for reference. Okay, here we have 3 points. Usually when we draw a rectangle, it will draw one corner to another corner, which is basically 2 points. But in a 3 point, we can snap 3 points to draw a rectangle. Just click the first point, then second point, then you can snap the third point in order to draw a rectangle. And here we have center. It's actually the 1 point. Just it's asking center of the rectangle. Just select a point. If you draw a rectangle, then it will create around the point. If it confuses you, you don't have to worry about it right now. When we start working on projects, you will understand everything what I'm saying right now. Okay, let's see the other options. And here we have vertical. Using this, we can draw a vertical rectangle. like this. Then we have around curve. Using this, you can draw a rectangle around any curve by selecting this and like this. And then we have rounded. Using this, we can draw a rectangle with rounded edges. Just click on this. Then you can draw a rectangle like this. We can give a value to control the curve edges, but the value must be between 0 to 1. The higher value for less curvature and the lower value for high curvature. For example, if I type 0.9, it will have a less curvature in the end of the rectangle. But if I give a value around 0.6, it will have high curvature. Also, you can use this rounded rectangle with these options also: 3-point, vertical, center, and around curve. Okay, that's all about rectangles. Let's see the polygons next. Type polygon. Using this command, you can draw a polygon like this. If you want to change the number of sides in the polygon, then just polygon, then just click this num sides. Num sides is the number of sides. You can specify the value how many sides you want, let's say 6, and then press enter. If you draw a polygon now, it will have the number of sides which we gave. And here we have mode. We have two modes here. One is inscribed and another one is circumscribed. Let me show you what does that mean. For that, I'm gonna draw a circle with the center point. So I'm just placing a point and draw a circle with it. And now type polygon. Now it's in inscribed mode. If I draw a polygon now, it will fix inside the circle. Okay, let's change the mode to circumscribed. If I draw a polygon now, it will be outside of the circle. That's the difference between these two modes. Okay, let's see the other options. Polygon. Here we have edge. Just let's draw, before that just draw a line. If I draw a polygon now, it will start from the center. But by using this edge, you can start a polygon from its edge like this. Like, just type polygon and click this edge. Then you can draw it from the edge. If you wanted to flip this, just click on this. Then you can draw like this. And next we have star. Using this, we can draw a star like this. If you wanted to change the number of sides, then you can change it from here. Let's say 12 and press enter. If we draw a star now, it will have more sides. And also we have vertical and around curve. We have already seen this before in other commands. It's the same here also. You can draw a vertical polygon like this. And if you wanted to draw a polygon around curve, just click on this around curve and select the curve. Then you can draw like this. You can find the curve tools from the standard toolbar here, and also you can find it in the panel here, curve tools. Let's maximize this top view now. Let's see the important functions from the curve tools here. Okay, here we have fillet curves. Let's draw a rectangle first. Using fillet curves, we can round the edges of two curves. Just click on this fillet curve. You can give the radius here. Let me change to 3. And now select the first curve and the second curve to fillet. It will create a rounded edge in the corner of the rectangle. Now the arc has 3 meter radius, which we give the value. Let's do it again. Just click on this and you have to give the radius. Now I'm going to change this into 6. And you can check this here. If you wanted to join this all the curves after finishing the fillet, you have to make this yes, or else you can click just no. Now if we make the fillet, it will be a separate curve from that. Next we have the chamfer curves. This is similar to fillet, but the difference is in chamfer curves it will have a straight line instead of this arc. Let me show you. Just you can specify the distance here. Let's type 5, enter, and 5, enter. What the distance means is it will take the 5 meter from here and 5 meter from here. If you wanted to change the different length, you have to change here, like just type 3, enter, then 6, enter. Now select the first curve and the second curve. It will create a straight line, 3 meter from here and 6 meter from here. If you wanted to have an equal length, then you have to change the distance into the same value, like 5, enter, 5, enter. Now if you do, it will have the same distance from each sides. And this is how the chamfer and fillet curves will work. Okay, let's move on to the next one. It's connect. Let's draw some lines. By using connect, we can connect the lines like this. And here we have fillet corners. Using fillet corners, we can fillet all the corners of a polygon or a polyline. Let me show you. Let's draw a polygon. I'm gonna use this star. Now if you use this fillet curve, just select the fillet curve tool and it will ask select the polycurves. Just click on the polygon and press enter. Then you have to give the radius, which I'm gonna give 2 or maybe 1. It will fillet all the corners in a polygon or a polyline. This will help most in the part when we create a 3D model. Let me show you again. Let's now, okay, this time let's draw a rectangle and then just click on this fillet corners and select the polycurve and press enter. And now you have to give the radius. Now this time I'm gonna give 5 or 10, enter. All the corners are filleted to the 10 meter radius. And now here we have adjustable curve blend. Let's click on this. Let's select the curve blend. Using this tool, we can adjust the curve with the control points. This will have this little pop-up box. You can do like this to control your curves, or else you can also manipulate by these control points. And also in the curve tools, we have control points. By clicking this, we can turn on the control points of the selected object. And shortcut to turn on the control points is F10. Just press F10 and select the object. It will turn on the control points. If you wanted to turn off the control points, the shortcut is F11. Okay, and another one of the most important tool from the curve tool is offset curve. Here it is, or else you can type offset here By using this command, we can offset the curve with a certain distance. You can specify the distance by here. Let's say I'm gonna give 5, enter. Then it will create an offset line with a 5-meter distance. You can check this. Now it is 5 meters. Just type offset. Then you have to change the distance here. Let's say 2 again. And then click on the curve which you wanted to create an offset. This is the most useful command in the curve tools. And if you want to offset curve in both sides, just type offset curve. Then you have to click this both sides. If you select the curve now, let me show in this curve. Just type offset, click on this both sides and change the distance to 1 meter. If you select the curve now, it will create an offset in both sides like this. And also, if you want to do a multiple offsets, just type offset multiple. Here you can specify the distance. Let me, okay, I'll give 0.5. And in the offset count, you have to specify a number, how many times you want to offset. I'll give 5. Then select the curve and press enter. And now you have to select the side of offset, which side you want to offset. Let's say I'm gonna give this one. It will create a 5 offset lines with a distance of 0.5 meters. Let's type offset multiple and let's change the distance to 2 meters and the count to 10. And select the curve, enter, and the side. It will create 10 offset lines with the distance of 2 meters. And here, this is one of my favorite commands in the curve tools, is curve Boolean. Let me show you how it's work. Let's draw some curves. Let's say just create an outdoor steps. Now I wanted to create a steps in this shapes. There are so many ways to do this, but this is my favorite method. In order to create a steps, we need to create an individual surface in these shapes. In that case, we are gonna use this curve Boolean. Just click on this curve Boolean. First, you need to select all the curves and enter. Now we have to select the regions. Let's select this and press enter. It will create a closed polyline of the selected region. Now do the same for the other 3 steps. Just select all the curves and click this curve Boolean tool. Now select the region and press enter. Do the same again. Okay, now we have a closed polyline of this each steps. Let's go to the perspective view. Now select the closed curve and create a planar surface. and do the same for all the closed curves. Now we have the surface, and just extrude this using extrude command. Extrude surface. Now just give some random values and then move it like this to create steps. The standard toolbar, you can find it here in the surface creation tab. Let's drag it to the viewport. These all are the tools which we are going to use for creating surface. Here the first one is surface from points. Let's place some points before creating a surface. Now just click on this function. Now we can create a surface by selecting these points like this. And here we have surface from planar curves, which is planar surface. This is the function which I use to create a surface in the most of the cases. By using this function, you can create a surface in a closed curve. Let's draw a curve, just closed curve. Now type planar surface. Here we have planar surface. Let's click on this. Now you have to select the curves to build surface. Select this and press enter. This will create a surface. But if the curve is not closed, it will not create a surface. There are two things we need to check before using this function. One is a curve must be closed. It should be a closed surface, closed curve, and the curve should be in a planar. If the curve is like this, if the curve is not in the planar, we can't create this surface by using planar surface. The next method is surface from network of curves, which is network surface. The command name is network surface. You can select from here or else just type network surface. Yeah, before that let's draw some curves. I wanted to create a surface with this cross section. In that case, we can use this network surface. Just click on this network surface and select all the curves and press enter. This will create a surface in the cross section of which we gave. Let's try one more time. I want to add some extra cross sections here. Now just select this network surface and select all the curves and press enter. It will create a surface according to the cross sections. And next, here we have loft. Loft is one of the most important function in Rhino. Let's see about that. I'm gonna draw some circles for profile and make some copy in the Z direction and make a little bit scale in this circles. Now type loft, select all the curves and press enter, and again enter. It will create a surface according to the curves which we gave. Okay, and one more beautiful thing about loft is let's create another wireframe. Okay, I think it's fine for now. Let's make a copy, then made a little bit scale. Now before using loft, just turn on this record history. By turn on this record history, we can edit after the surface creation. Okay, let's create a surface by using loft. Just type loft and select all the curves and press enter and again enter. It will create a surface like before, but now this time as we turn on the record history, now if you select the curve and make a change, it will reflect on the surface. Now we have more control on this form. We can make this however we want by modifying these curves. But the thing is, you have to edit the curves only. If you do anything to the surface, it will break the record history. After that, you can do the modification of the surface. But there is one thing in loft. If you create a surface with a closed curve, let me show you. Let's draw a closed curve and one open curve like this. Okay, now we have two closed curves and two open curves. If you try to create a surface in a closed curve, let's type loft closed curve to open curve. It cannot be created using loft. Either it should be open or closed curves, but not both. Let's type loft. You can create a surface using loft on the closed curves or the open curves, but you can't create a surface using both. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And here we have patch. Generally, if we want to create a surface, we'll use planar surface. Let me show you. Let's randomly draw a plane. We'll use to create a surface in this curve. Mostly we'll use planar surface. But if the curve is not in a single plane like this, if we try to use the planar surface command in this case, it cannot be created. In this case, we can use patch. Just click on this patch and select the curve and press enter, and it will open a pop-up bar like this. You can specify the UV values here. I'm gonna give 5 and 5 and press enter. It will create a surface like this. You can do the same for creating any surface, like any complex surface which is not in the plane. Just select the curve and type patch. Increase the UV value here, just 15 and press enter. It will create a surface on this curve. The UV lines is these. Before we just gave 5 and 5, which is 5 lines here and 5 lines this sides. But in this curve we gave 15 curves, then 15 UV lines, which we have 15 UV lines in this surface. When you create a surface using patch, you need to consider a few things. Let's select this curve and type patch. Here you need to check this automatic trim. If you do not check this, it will create a surface like this, which is the untrimmed surface. So like when we use the patch command, you need to check this automatic trim and also the UV spans according to your needs. And when you do a complex shape, higher UV number will create a precise shape than the lower numbers. Okay, let's now move on to the other functions. Here we have a rectangle plane. This is similar like the rectangle lines which we used to create. Let's click on this and then drag this corner to corner like this, and here we have 3 points, and this is a vertical rectangle, and finally we have a fit through points. Fit through points is also the same, like let's create some points here and select this function and select all the curves and press enter. It will approximately fix the rectangular surface within your points. Actually, most of the time we won't use these surface creation tools. And the most frequently used surface creation command is planar surface and also loft. Sometimes we'll use this patch and the network surface. Let's see about sweep command first. Using sweep command will help to create a surface with a certain cross sections. Let me show you. Let's create some profile for this. So I'm gonna create a vertical rectangle like this. Now let's draw a simple cross section. Okay, this will be our cross section. Now type sweep 1, and first we need to select the rail, then we need to select the sweep shapes, which is the cross section. Just select this and press enter. It will run the cross section all over the curve. Let's create another one. I'm gonna draw a random curve first. And then let's create a simple cross section here. This will be our cross section for now. Now type sweep 1 and first select the rail and then select the profile curve and press enter. And also you can use the sweep 2 command. The difference between sweep 1 and sweep 2 is, in sweep 1 we can use only one rail curve, but in the sweep 2 we can use 2 rail curves. Let me show you. Let's draw let's delete this and draw another rail. I'm gonna copy this rail here. I'm gonna change this a little bit. Now we have 2 rails. I'm gonna draw a profile curve here. This is fine for now. Just type sweep 2. Here we need to select 2 rails, first rail, then second rail, and then we need to select the profile curve, which is sweep shapes. Select this and press enter. It will create a surface like this between the 2 curves. In this command we can use any kind of cross section into a surface in a certain curve. Please do explore by your own to understand better. Okay, let's see about revolve command. Revolve tool is basically used to create a surface by revolving profile curve in an axis. Let me show you. Let's draw a profile curve. Okay, this will be my profile curve, and just draw a line for the axis. Okay, so here I have the profile curve and the axis direction. Now let's type revolve. First we need to select the curve to revolve. I'm gonna revolve this curve and press enter and choose the axis. I'm gonna revolve this in Z direction, so choose this. And for the start angle, you can start from anywhere or else just press enter. Then you can see this, like the profile curve is revolving around the axis. You can type the specify angle here, or else if you type 360, it will revolve 360 degrees, which is a complete rotation. And also we have another revolve tool, which is rail revolve. Before that, let's draw another profile. Okay, now this is my profile curve. When we use the normal revolve, just select the curve and select the revolve axis. It will create like this. It will revolve 360 degree like a circle in the base. By using rail revolve, we can give a path to revolve the curve, profile curve. For path, I'm gonna create a star. Just type polygon and select star. I'm gonna use 6 or 5 sides. Okay, now I created a star like this, and I'm gonna fillet the corners by using fillet corners. Select the polycurve, press enter, give a value fillet corners, select the polycurve, and the value will be 0.5 or 2 will be fine, and press enter. Now I created a path. I want to run the profile curve in this star. Let's move the star like this. Okay, now type rail revolve, select the profile curve, then select the rail curve. Rail curve is the path, then give the revolve axis. It will create like this. It's the same profile curve. By using rail revolve, it will be created like this, but in the revolve it will be created like this, but in the rail revolve we can give a certain path. You can give whatever shape you want to give. Let's see about sweep command first. Using sweep command will help to create a surface with a certain cross sections. Let me show you. Let's create some profile for this. I'm gonna create a vertical rectangle like this. Now let's draw a simple cross section. Okay, this will be our cross section. Now type sweep 1, and first we need to select the rail, then we need to select the sweep shapes, which is the cross section. Just select this and press enter. It will run the cross section all over the curve. Let's create another one. I'm gonna draw a random curve first. And then let's create a simple cross section here. This will be our cross section for now. Now type sweep 1 and first select the rail and then select the profile curve and press enter. And also you can use the sweep 2 command. The difference between sweep 1 and sweep 2 is, in sweep 1 we can use only one rail curve, but in the sweep 2 we can use 2 rail curves. Let me show you. Let's draw let's delete this and draw another rail. I'm gonna copy this rail here. I'm gonna change this a little bit. Now we have 2 rails. I'm gonna draw a profile curve here. This is fine for now. Just type sweep 2. Here we need to select 2 rails, first rail, then second rail, and then we need to select the profile curve, which is sweep shapes. Select this and press enter. It will create a surface like this between the 2 curves. In this command we can use any kind of cross section into a surface in a certain curve. Please do explore by your own to understand better. Okay, let's see about revolve command. Revolve tool is basically used to create a surface by revolving profile curve in an axis. Let me show you. Let's draw a profile curve. Okay, this will be my profile curve, and just draw a line for the axis. Okay, so here I have the profile curve and the axis direction. Now let's type revolve. First we need to select the curve to revolve. I'm gonna revolve this curve and press enter and choose the axis. I'm gonna revolve this in Z direction, so choose this, and for the start angle you can start from anywhere or else just press enter. Then you can see this, like the profile curve is revolving around the axis. You can type the specify angle here, or else if you type 360 it will revolve 360 degrees, which is a complete rotation. And also we have another revolve tool, which is rail revolve. Before that, let's draw another profile. Okay, now this is my profile curve. When we use the normal revolve, just select the curve and select the revolve axis. It will create like this. It will revolve 360 degree like a circle in the base. By using rail revolve, we can give a path to revolve the curve, profile curve. For path, I'm gonna create a star. Just type polygon and select star. I'm gonna use 6 or 5 sides. Okay, now I created a star like this, and I'm gonna fillet the corners by using fillet corners. Select the polycurve, press enter, give a value fillet corner, select the polycurve, and the value will be 0.5 or 2 will be fine, and press enter. Now I created a path. I want to run the profile curve in this star. Let's move the star like this. Okay, now type rail revolve, select the profile curve, then select the rail curve. Rail curve is the path, then give the revolve axis. It will create like this. It's the same profile curve. By using rail revolve, it will be created like this, but in the revolve it will be created like this, but in the rail revolve we can give a certain path. You can give whatever shape you want to give. And let's drag this to the viewport so that we can access it from here. So the surface tool is almost similar to the curve tools, like fillet, chamfer, and all other stuffs. In the curve tools we did it for the curves, but in the surface tools we will do it for the surfaces. That's the difference between these two tools. Okay, let's see one by one. So here first we have the fillet surface. Okay, let's create a box. I'm gonna draw some rectangle and make a planar surface. And I'm gonna extrude this in the y direction. Extrude surface. So now we have the box. Just click on this fillet surface, or else you can type fillet surface. So we need to give the radius first. Let's click on this radius. I'm gonna give 5 enter, and now select the first surface, then the second surface. You can also adjust the radius like this, and in this pop-up box you need to check this trim and extend to be checked and press OK. It will fillet the surface like this, and you can trim the unwanted surface like this. Now we have the proper filleted surface, and the next we have chamfer surface. It's the same. Let's click on this. First we need to select the surface. You need to give the distance here. Let's say I'm gonna give 5, 5, and first we need to select the first surface and then the second surface. It will create a chamfered surface like this, and same as that you can trim the unwanted surfaces. And here we have a blend surface. Okay, let's delete this, and I'm gonna create a new box. Let's draw a rectangle and another rectangle here. Let's create a planar surface for both and extrude it in the y direction. So now we have two boxes. So in the blend surface, just click on this blend surface. We'll select the first edge. This will be the first edge and this will be the second edge. You can see it will blend this two surfaces, and also you can adjust the surface blend from here also. Like you can play with it however you want. You can also play with the control points here. By the way, the first slider is for the number 1 and the second slider is for the number 2. You can see here, if I change the first one, it will move the first control points, and if I change the second one, it will move the second control points. You can play around this. Okay, and this is control points. You can turn on the control points of a surface by using this command. For the shortcut of the control points is F10. You can turn on the control points by using F10 and turn off by using F11. And then we have offset surface. This is one of the most important function in the surface tools. Let me show you. Let's click on this offset surface, and you need to give the distance here. I'm gonna give 3. No, 1 is fine, and press enter. It will create an offset to the surface. Okay, if you don't want to create a solid offset like this, let me go back, and again I'm gonna do it. Just press on this, select the surface, press enter, and you can change the distance here. 1 is fine. And here you need to turn on the solid to no, and then press enter. It will offset the surface without the solid surface. And also, if you wanted to offset both sides, just click on this, and here we have both sides. If you turn on this yes, it will offset the surface to the both sides. Okay, that's it, both offset surface. And okay, let's move on to the next one. Delete this. Here we have connect surface. Connect surface is nothing but, let me create a surface and make a copy. Using connect a surface, you can connect the two surfaces. Just select the first surface and the second surface. It will connect like this. This is not a most useful command. In some case you will need it. That's why I'm explaining about this. And here we have a union coplanar surface. This command will help to join two surfaces. Let me create two surfaces here and make a copy. If you wanted to join these two surfaces into a single surface, then you can use this command. Just click on this. You need to select all the surfaces and then press enter. It will convert into a single surface. And another useful command, tween between two surfaces. It is similar to the tween curves. Here let me create a surface. Let's create a rectangle and create a surface. Then I'm gonna copy this and make a little bit rotation to looks interesting. Okay, now select this tween surfaces. You need to select the start surface and the end surface, and also you can give the number of surfaces you want in between these two surfaces. I'm gonna give 7 and press enter and again enter. So it will create 7 surfaces in between these two surfaces. Here it is. Let's maximize this perspective view and drag this to the viewport here. Here we have some solid shapes. The first one is box. Just click on this. First you need to place a first corner of a base, then the second corner and the height. Let's make it as a shaded view. So we have created a box. Just click on this. First give a first corner, then the second corner and the height. You can give the value just first corner, enter the value, like I'm gonna give 20, enter. Then the width will be 50, enter, and the height will be 40. If you wanted to give a dimension for a box, you can give it like this. Also, you can create a box using these options: a diagonal, 3-point, vertical, center. For example, I'm gonna click on this vertical. So we need to start off an edge, and like this we can create a vertical box. And let's see the center. Just click on the center. If you create a box using center, it will create from a center point. And same like this, you can create a cylinder, base of the cylinder and the height. And if you wanted to create an open cylinder, just click on the cylinder and then turn the solid to no. Then click on the base and the radius, then the height. Now we have the open cylinder. Same like this, we can create a sphere and an ellipsoid and also cone. These all are the same, like just click and drag kind of work. Then here we have a pipe. This is an interesting one. Let's delete all this, and first I'm gonna draw a line. Then modify the curve using this control point. Okay, now we have a curve like this. Now click on this pipe. First we need to select the rail. Just select this rail, and then we need to give the start radius, which is I'm gonna give 0.5. It's no 0.5 is way smaller. I'm gonna give 3. 3 is fine. Enter, and then you need to give the end radius. Like end radius is also 3. 3, enter. Then again enter. It will create a pipe around this curve. And one more time I'm gonna do this. Just click on this pipe, and first we need to select the rail, And start radius this time I'm gonna give 2, and the end radius I'm gonna give 6. Enter, and again enter. Now you can see the difference. Here I changed the radius size for the start point and the end point. And also you can give multiple radius on the curve. Let me show you. Again, type pipe. You can type pipe command, or else you can choose it from here and just select the rail. And start radius I'm gonna give 3, and the end radius is also 3. And I want to give another radius right here. Just click on this area and give a value. For this I'm gonna give 8. Enter, and again enter. It will create like this. Just play with it. Now you can see here the end, it has a flat surface. If you want to have a rounded surface, then you need to use this pipe command, like pipe rounded caps. Just click on this, select the rail, and give the start radius and also the end radius. If you see here, it will have the rounded caps like here. Before we have a flat surface, now we have a rounded surface, rounded caps. Here you can find the Boolean operation function tab. Just drag it to the viewport and maximize this perspective view. In the solid tools, in the first 4 is the Boolean operations. First, let me create some shapes. Let's create a box right here, and another box, then a sphere, and also let's create a cylinder. Where is cylinder? Yeah, here. Just create one cylinder. I wanted to create a solid cylinder. Just click the solid to S. Okay, this will be fine. Okay, now we are good to go. Okay, the first one is Boolean union. This command will help to join 2 or more polysurface into a single polysurface. Let me show you. Just overlap this cube into this cube. Okay, like this, it's fine. And let me make a copy before I join this. Okay, if you see now, we have 2 polysurface. Just click on this Boolean union and select the surfaces and press enter. If you select this, it will be a single polysurface, which means the both cubes are joined together. That is the function of this Boolean union. But you cannot join the 2 polysurfaces without touching each other. Let me show you. If you click on this Boolean union and select this surface and this cylinder, it will not work. The object do not intersect, so it cannot be done. If the objects are overlapping together, then you can use this Boolean union. And then the next one is Boolean difference, which is subtraction. Actually, the Boolean union is an addition. You can add 2 or more objects into a single one. Boolean difference is a subtraction. Let me show you. Let's do it here. Let me copy this again so that we can use it for the other command. Okay, let's click on this Boolean difference, select surfaces or polysurfaces to subtract from, which is I'm going to select this object first and press enter, and again select this object and press enter. Now you can see it will subtract the second object from the first object. Let me show you again. Now this time we can use this sphere. Let me move this to this area. Okay, copy this so that I can show the two options here. Okay, let's click on this Boolean difference. I'm gonna select this cube as my first selection and press enter, and then I'm gonna select this sphere and enter again. So you can see here, second selected object is subtracted from the first selected object. Now here I'm gonna select this as a first object, press enter, and this as a second object and enter. Now you can see the second selected object is subtracted from the first selected object. This is how Boolean difference works. It will help in many part while we are designing a building. Like we can use it to make a hole in a wall, or make a window cut. So many things. Let me show you how this will works in a window cut. Let me create a rectangle and make a planar surface. Let's extrude this surface to, let's assume this is our wall, and let me create a window opening here. For that I need to draw a rectangle vertical, and just move this to the downwards, and I'm gonna copy this to here, and then select all the rectangles and make a planar surface. Delete the rectangles and select the surfaces and just extrude surface. Just extrude at a random distance. Now this is our wall. This is the window opening we are going to make a cut. Now select this Boolean difference and select the wall first, enter, and then you need to select this window opening area and enter. It will create an opening. This is how Boolean difference works. Okay, let's move on to the next one, which is Boolean intersection. Boolean intersection will help to get the intersected part. Let me show you. We can use this. Let me copy this cylinder and move this to this corner and make a little bit scale. Okay, just do this. Okay, now select this Boolean intersection, select the first set, enter, and second set, enter. Now you can see the intersected part will be separated from the objects. This is how a Boolean intersection will work. And the final one is Boolean split. Okay, let me copy this, or else we can create a new box. Just create a new box, and I'm gonna use this cylinder here and make a scale. Okay, just like this. Now we will see about this Boolean split. Now select this Boolean split, and first you can select any objects first or second, it doesn't matter. Press enter, and again the cutting surface, press enter. Now you can see it will split the objects. It will split the objects from the intersected area. Actually, this command is the combination of Boolean difference and a Boolean intersection. Let me show you again. This time we can use a sphere. Let's move this to here and okay. Now select this Boolean split, select the surface, enter, and the sphere, enter. Now if you move this, you can see the splitted surface. We have seen these four functions already, so then we have create solid. Create solid is almost similar to Boolean split. Let me show you. Let's create a box like this and another one. Now just move and overlap like something like this. Now just click on this create solid. What this will do is it will trim and join the intersected area and give us a new polysurface. Just select these objects and press enter. We have separated the closed polysurfaces. The intersected polysurface will be separated. I'm just gonna draw some curves. For that I'm gonna use this ellipse, something like this, and I'm gonna copy this here. So I think this is fine, and make a planar surface, delete that curve, and extrude this, type extrude surface, select the surface and extrude it on the Z direction. Now I'm gonna rotate this top of the surface to make a twisted kind of structure. To do that, I'm gonna show you another function from the same solid tool panel, which is here also we can access the solid tools from the top panel bar. Here I have the solid tools. All the solid tools from here will also be here, so it's easy to access from here. So I'm going to close this. Here we have solid control points. Just click on this. First we need to select the object and click on this. So now we have the control point. So here we have only one control point from a surface, but it's fine for now. Now select the control points and just rotate something like this. This will create a, it's not exactly twisted tower, but for the sake just assume it's like a twisted kind of tower. Let's make this also smaller and move this. So okay, it's fine for now. So we have this shape. If you wanted to cut opening right in the center or anywhere, all you need to do is just create a box or the shape which you wanted to cut. So I wanted to do something like this, just create an opening in center of this. So in this case we can use this create solid. Just go to the solid tool panels and create solid, or else you can type create solid and select all the poly surfaces and press enter. Now you can see we have separated all the poly surfaces from this object. What I'm trying to say is you can cut any objects from any object. Like you can cut any complex object from the help of this command. Okay, now let's delete this and see what else we have in the solid tools. And here we have shell closed poly surface. This command will help to add a thickness to any kind of closed poly surface. Let's create a box. Okay, so now we have a poly surface, something like this. So by using this command we can give a thickness to this poly surface. Just click on this and here you can give the thickness value. I'm gonna change it to 3 or 1.5 is enough, I think. Select the surface and be careful when you select the surface, because the selected surface will remove, and then press enter. Now you can see we have the thickness for this poly surface. Okay, then what we have here, we have cap pen arcos. This is also one useful command. So let's create a open poly surface. Create some kind of rectangle around it. Okay, like this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and make a little bit change. We don't need to do this, but anyway, let's select and loft. Okay, now we have a open poly surface here, which means the top and the bottom is open now. So if you wanted to close this, if you wanted to close the poly surface, just type cap, and now you can see we have closed this poly surface. Okay, let's jump to the next command, and here we have extract surface. This one is also one of the most useful command. So let's see, if you wanted to extract a surface from a poly surface, you can use this. Let's do it in this one. Just select the function, and first we need to select the surface to extract. So you can see here we have two surfaces. I'm gonna select this and this, press enter. Now it will separate from the poly surface. If you wanted to extract a surface from any poly surface, you can use this function, just an extract surface command. It's a very useful one. And these tools from here we are not gonna use mostly, so I'm gonna skip this. You can explore by yourself. Here we have like fillet adjust, chamfer adjust, these kind of stuff we saw in the other videos by using fillet, and like by using this fillet you can fillet the surface like something like this, and just explore by yourself. It's not a most frequently used command. That's what I'm trying to say. And here we have some of the hole making functions. Okay, let's create a box. And a sphere. We can make a hole using this hole making commands. In this, first we have a rounded hole. Just click on this function, select a targeted surface. For this, I'm gonna target this surface, and here you can see the hole size or dimensions. Maybe here you can change the dimensions, like if you wanted to increase the depth, you can click here and give some value, and for the radius you can change it from here. And what you have to do is just click on the surface wherever you want and press enter. It will create a hole like this. This will work on any poly surface. Like I'm gonna show it in the sphere. Just click on this, select the target surface, and just like this you can have a hole. It's cool, right? This will be more helpful when you create a window openings in the wall. Let me show you. Let's draw a rectangle, something like this, and make a planar surface and extrude this extrude surface. Okay, so let's assume this as a wall. Now just draw a window profile. For that I'm gonna use a rectangle again, and vertical, let's use this rounded rectangle. Okay, so let's move it here and just make a copy. So I have a 3 window profiles in this wall. So now what we are going to do is, just instead of using this round hole function, we can use this make hole. Just click on this. First we need to select the profile curves. By using make holes we can use a profile curve to make a hole. Select the profile curves, press enter, and then we need to select the surface. Just click the surface and enter, and then just drag it like this. We will have our profile curves, like our window opening like this. Let's delete this. So delete the profile curves, we don't need that anymore. So here comes the cool part. The amazing thing about this function is we can move and rotate the windows easily by using these commands. If you wanted to move the window somewhere else on the poly surface, you can just click on this move hole and select the hole and enter. Then you can move it like this, just like that. You can move anywhere on this poly surface. And if you wanted to rotate, just click on this and we can rotate something. It's easy to modify, and also you can array the holes and all those stuffs, but I will talk about array on the another video. And if you wanted to delete a hole from the poly surface, just click on this delete hole and just click that. It will delete from the poly surface. And like extract surface, we can also delete the surface by using this delete face function. Just click on this and just enter. It will delete from the poly surface. And finally we are here for this push pull command. This is one of the new tool only available in Rhino 8. This is the same push pull command from the SketchUp. Let's delete this and create a surface. Now I'm just gonna draw some lines on this, or we can create some kind of floor plan. Let's create a rectangle, offset 5. Okay, now let's create another line, something like this, and copy this 5. It's not a proper floor plan. I'm just doing it to understand the push pull command. Okay, now we have it something like this. Now type push pull. First we need to select the surface, which surface we want to make an extrusion. So I'm gonna select this and enter. Then you can give the distance. So I'm gonna give 45, enter. That's it. Just do the same. Just type push pull, select this region and give the height. It's literally like the SketchUp push pull. You can just drag it to the height with the previous height one. And if you wanted to create a more section, just like simply draw a line and type push pull, just like that. And also you can make a hole using this push pull command. Let's draw a rectangle and vertical like this. If you wanted to create a door opening here, just type push pull and select the region and just drag it to the end, like we used to do in the SketchUp. You will have a door. It's a pretty useful command when you create a 3D model. And the best part is we can do it in any complex shapes. I'm going to show you that also. Let's delete this and create a random curve, something like this. So yes, extrude this curve, extrude curve like this. Okay, now we have some kind of surface. All you need to do is just draw a line on the surface, but in the complex shape you can use this interpolate curve on the surface. Just like this. Using spacebar we can activate the previous command which we used. So now just we have a line on the surface. I also wanted to draw a line here. Just use the interpolate curve and draw like this. Yeah, so now we have the lines. So all I wanted to do is I want to extract this part out. So just type push pull, select the region, enter, just like this. This is the best thing in Rhino. In the SketchUp we cannot do it like this. We can, but we cannot do it easily. Okay, let's delete this. And I think I missed one more useful command from this solid tool panels, which is this wire cut. Using this function we can cut anything with just a curve. Let's create another shape. Okay, let's create a penna surface and just extrude this. So yeah, so I wanted to cut this in some kind of different shape, maybe. let's go to the top view and draw the shape which you wanted to cut. So I want to cut it like this. In that case, we can use this wire cut. And the beautiful thing about the wire cut is the curve don't need to touch or near on the planar surface. It can be anywhere, but should be located on the top or bottom of the object which you wanted to cut. Okay, let's select this wire cut, and first we need to select the cutting curve. This is our cutting curve, and enter, and then we need to select the objects to cut. This is the object, and enter, and just drag it like this. And also we can give a thickness to it. I'm gonna give a 2 or maybe 10. Enter, and again enter, and again enter. Now you can see we have this cut here. We have separated this, and also we have a 10-meter gap in between the cutted object. And if you don't want that gap, what you have to do is I'm gonna just move this here to make another cut. Yeah, it's fine. Just again use the wire cut, select the cutting curve and enter, and select the object to cut, enter. And here what you have to do is just click this keep all to change it to S, and then drag it to the downwards and enter. Now you can see we didn't have that space in between the objects. Rebuild is a command which we are going to modify a surface. Let's first create a surface by using rectangle, just planar surface. Now we have the surface. If you want to modify this surface, normally you will do by using turn on control points. Just press F10, and like this, if you move this control points, surface will change, the surface will modify, but we will not that much of control over this modification. So in that case we can use rebuild to get more control. Usually it's the rebuild command will helps to increase the count of these control points. Let me show you this. Type rebuild and select the extrusion, or select the surface and enter. And here we will have a pop-up box, and under the point count you can give the value for control points, and the U is basically the x-axis and the V is y-axis. Okay, now let's say change it to 5, and here also 5. Now you can see these lines. In every intersection we will have a control point. Let's make it 3 for now. 3, and here also 3 later. And make sure check this delete input and retrim, and then press OK. So okay, now we have a surface with this is a rebuilt surface. Now if you turn on the control points, you will see you will have another control point in the middle. Let's make a rectangle here, just make a planar surface, so I will show the difference. So turn on this control points in this surface also. Now if you move this surface, the surface will look like something like this, but in the surface if you move this control point, you will see the difference here. Let's go back. Just select these two control points. You will see some kind of unsmoothness here, but if you do it in this one, you will have a better smoothness. You will basically, you will have a more control over this. That's it. Here we don't have a control point in the middle, but here we have a control point here in the middle. We can also use this. Okay, let's delete this. Let's create another planar surface. Type rebuild. Okay, now I'm gonna change this point to 10, and here maybe 5, or here also it's 5. It's fine. Here we have a degree. Degree is some kind of smoothness. If you give here 1 and 1 enter, let's do this and turn on this control point. If you move this control point, you will not get a smooth surface when you do the value 1. But let's do it again. Just rebuild and change the value to 2 and 2 and enter. Now if you move this control point, you will get a smooth surface. Also, if you use 3, it will get more smoother. Let me show you. Let's type rebuild and change it to 3 enter. Now turn on the control points. I'm gonna choose the central point. You can see the difference here. This one is more smoother than this. Always stick to 2 and 3 according to your need, because above 3 it will be not that much helpful. So basically this is about rebuilt surface. We can have more control points when you do the rebuild. I'll show you one more time. Just type create a rectangle and make a planar surface, but this time I'm using much more control than before. Let's 15, and enter. Okay, let's turn on this control point. Now if I selected some random control points here, deselect this surface. Now just move this, will have something like this. If you rotate just like that, we can do some stuffs in the surface by using this rebuild command. Okay, now let's see about the contour function. Okay, let's create a tower kind of structure. For that I'm gonna use a circle and make a copy here, change a little bit, make a little bit change using this scale command, scale function, and also rotate this. So I think this is fine. Now select all the curves, and using loft we can create a surface. Before that, just turn on this record history so that we can adjust the curve. So okay, I think this is fine. Just let's make the bottom a little bit bigger. Okay, this is fine. So this is our outer structure for the tower. Now I'm gonna use contour command to create a floor plates. Let's check this height of the tower. Let me check this height. So it's almost 300 meters. 300 meters is too much. Just make a scale and do it in 60 meters. So now we have almost 60 meters height of a tower. Okay, now I'm gonna create a floor plate for this. Now let's type contour. First we need to select the objects and press enter. Then we need to select the base point. For that I'm gonna select here, and then we need to give a direction. In this case I want to create a floor plate, so we should give direction on the C direction. Okay, let's click on this, and here we can specify the distance between contours. So I'll give 4 meters for a floor and enter. Now we have created a contour in the distance between 4 meters. Okay, now let's hide the surface and delete the top and bottom curves. Now we have this curve. Just create a surface using planar surface and delete that curve. Now give the thickness for the floor plates. Let's give 0.2 0.3 meters. Just type extrude surface and extrude this way. I'm gonna give 0.3, enter. Now we have the floor plates. So this is the easiest way to create a floor plates on a tower project using this contour function. We can also use contour to create so many other crazy stuffs. Let's create a pavilion this time, just a simple one. Let's create a box, something like this. Let's create a box again. Okay, now I'm gonna modify this box using the control points. Just turn on this solid control points, and I'm gonna do something like this. A little bit changes. So yes, I think this is fine for now. Okay, now what we are going to do is just I don't want these surfaces, so just type extract surface and extract these 3 surfaces, the front, back and the bottom one, and press enter and just delete this. So now we have the shell for our pavilion. Now let's give a thickness for this. Let's offset surface, offsets inside, and 10 is too much. I'm gonna give 2 maybe. Yeah, 2 is fine. So now we are ready to use contour. Just type contour, select the objects and enter. Choose the base point and give the direction, and the distance I'm gonna use 1. Oh my god, 1 is too small, so I'm gonna use just type contour. I'll use 2. 2 is also small. I'll use 3, enter. So okay, this is fine. So now we get the frame right here. Now select all the curves and make a planar surface and delete the curve or else move it somewhere else. I don't want this anymore, just delete this. So here we have this frame. Let's give some thickness. Select all the surface and extrude it in this direction. I'm gonna extrude it to 0.6. Okay, now we have a simple and nice pavilion. Let's type join. We have 3 options here: join, join copy and join edge. Join is a basic command which helps to join 2 or more objects. Let's draw some curves here. So we have 2 curves here. If I wanted to join these 2 curves, I can use join command. Just type the command join and select the objects or curves, press enter. Now you can see the curves are joined together. This applying same for surface and poly surface also. So let's create a surface and create another surface, vertical this time. So if I wanted to join these 2 surfaces, just select the surface and type join, enter. Now you can see the surfaces are joined together. But this will not work in solids. Like if I have 2 solids here, you cannot join this by using join command. If you wanted to join these solids together, you can use this Boolean union to join the solid objects. And here we have join edge. This is also the same. We can join 2 surfaces using the overlapping edges. Let's create another surface. If you wanted to join these together, you can use this join edge also. Just select the curves, edges, and yes, now you can see these 2 surfaces are joined together. And if you want to unjoin this, just type unjoin command, unjoin edge, and select the edge, press enter. Now you can see this is separated. You can also do this for here also. Just type unjoin edge, select the edge, enter. Unjoin edge can also be used in the solids. Let's type unjoin edge and select the edges, press enter. Now you can see we have the object separated. Okay, now also we have this join copy. By using this join copy, we can duplicate the joined objects. Let's select these two surfaces, press enter. Now you can see this is the original surface and this is the joint surface. We can get a copy of this. Okay, let's jump to the next command, which is explode. Explode command helps to explode the object. If I wanted to explode this object, just select the object and type explode, enter. Now you can see we have all the faces are separate as an individual surfaces. These are the basics about join and explode. And if you want to group anything, just type group okay, and select the objects which you wanted to group and enter. Now you can see we have these objects as a group. And to ungroup, just type ungroup, enter. Okay, let's delete this and see about block. Before that, I'm gonna create a simple window here to explain block better. Let's go to the top view, draw a line for 1.2 meters by 1.2 meters. And make an offset for outer frame. And draw a center line. And then draw a rectangle inside these two sides. And offset the rectangle for the inner frame. Okay, now make a planar surface on the outer rectangle and type split. Select the object, enter, and the curves, enter. Now we have everything as an individual surface. Now I'm gonna change this to another layer. This is the inner glass. Just change this to this layer and change the color also. Okay. Let's give the thickness for the outer frame minus 0.1. The inner frame minus 0.4, 0.04. Okay, now we have this window. Let's move the poly surface here, and we don't need to have this curve anymore. And just I'm gonna rotate this like this. Okay. So here we have a window Okay, now I'm gonna show how the block will work. First, you need to select everything and type block. Then give a base point. You can give it anywhere, and here you can give a name for the block. I'm gonna give it to window 01, and if you want to give any description about the block, you can type it here. Okay, and then press OK. Now here we have the block. Let's copy this. If you want to edit this block, you have to do just double click, then it will change like this. Then you can edit it. Let's say I'm gonna remove this glass and then press OK. Now you can see it has changed all the blocks. Okay, let's do the undo here. Okay, let's double click again. You can see here 3 options. Let's see about that. If you want to create an object inside a block, let's say I want to create a box right here. Let's type box. Okay, press OK. I can do it like this, but this is not a good option, because if you are working in a heavy file, it will take some time when you are doing the block edit. So the easiest way is, let's go back and delete this. The easiest way is create that object outside of the block first. Let's create a box same like before. Okay, now we have the block, we have the box here. Now I want this box inside the block. So what we can do is just double click this, and here you can see add object. Just click this, and then you can select the objects outside of the block. Select the object and press enter. Then OK. Now you can see here. This is the easiest way. Same as this, you can remove an object from the block also by using this remove object. And I want to remove these 2 windows from the block. Enter, press OK. What? Now we didn't delete this window, we just removed from the block. So it's here, but in the block we didn't have this glass. That's the best thing. And the third thing is a base point. You can set it again if you want to change the base point anywhere, but this is not a big deal. When you type extract, you can see a lot of options here. Let's see the most useful one from this extract functions. Basically, the extract functions will help to extract something from an object. For example, let's create a surface, rectangle, planar surface. Now I'm gonna rebuild this. Okay, and turn on the control points and make a little bit change here. So okay, now let's give a thickness offset surface. This is too much. Then I give 1. Okay, maybe let's change it to 3, enter. Now let's turn on the solid control points, solid tools, solid control points. Now you can see the points here. If you want to extract these points, just type extract point. Here you can see extract point. By using that command, you can extract points from any objects or any surfaces, any lines. So this can be a useful one. Same as this, we can extract anything, like if you want to extract a surface from this object, let's select this extract surface, and then we need to select the surface which we want to extract and then press enter. Now we have extracted this surface from the solid. Okay, the most useful commands from the extract functions is these: extract clipping section, extract clipping slices, and this extract iso curve, and of course extract surface and extract point, and this extract wireframe. These 6 extract commands are the most useful ones. Let's see about that. Here we have extract iso curve. By using this command, we can extract a curve from any object. Let's select this, and actually not curves, iso curves. Iso curves means the curves that lie on the surface, not the edge. Let's select the surface. You can see here, this is iso curve. Just click wherever you want and press enter. By doing that, we can extract the iso curve from the surface. Let's move this back. Join this again. Okay, now my favorite extract command is this extract wireframe. If you go to the wireframe view, you can see the wireframe of the object. By using extract wireframe, we can extract this wireframe from the object. Let's go back to the shaded view and type extract wireframe. Select the object, press enter. Now you can see the wireframe has been extracted. Now you can do whatever you want. For example, let's type multi-pipe, press enter. Here we have created some stuff just by using the wireframe. It's cool, right? Okay, let's move on to the next one. And for the extract clipping section and extract clipping slices, let me show with a proper example. Let's import an actual 3D floor plan. For that, I'm gonna delete this. Here I have imported a file from my previous project. This is a very basic 3D floor plan without any door, window or anything. Let's make a clipping plane first. For using this extract clipping section and clipping slices, you need to have a clipping plane first. Just type clipping plane and click the vertical. Okay, now we have this clipping plane here. Let's move this toward this way. If you wanted to extract this cutting part, which is like a section, just type the extract clipping sections. Just select this and select the clipping plane, press enter. Now you can see we get the cutting part as a curves. But if you choose this clipping slice, where it is, extract clipping slices, and then select the clipping plane, enter, then you will get a surface. By using extract clipping sections, you will get as a curves. By using slices, you will get the section as a surface. In your project, if you are started from the 3D model, then you can easily create a plan by using this. Like if you wanted to create a plan, just make a proper cut here. Now you can see this, then type extract clipping sections and select the clipping plane, enter. Like you will have this curves, extracted curves. If you want to have a surface, you can use just clipping slices. And let's create a box for reference. Just type move, enter, then select the object, enter, choose a point, and you can move anywhere just like this. By the way, the right click is for repeating the previous command. And in Rhino, we have some extra options in the transformation tools, all the transformation tools. For example, in move, you can see here a lot of options like move curve, move edge, move face, and target to object, all those things. If you choose move edge, you can only move the edge like this, like select, just type move here, move edge, and just select the edge, enter, then you can move it like this. You can move however you want. Same as this, everything else will work. If you select move face, you can move the face. Send enter, and just like this. Most of the time we will not use these options. There is one cool thing in Rhino which most of the softwares doesn't have, I think. Let me explain that. Type box, and this time I'm gonna create 50, enter, 50, enter, 50, enter. Now we are working in centimeters, you can see it here. The cool thing is, if I wanted to move this, let's turn on this auto. Before that, I'm gonna just draw a line for reference. Now I'm gonna move this again, type move and choose this point, and if I randomly give a value like just 200 plus enter, it will move 200 centimeters from the point. It's because we are working in a centimeter unit. It's the same thing for all the other software, but in Rhino, again I'm gonna move this back. Now this time I type move and select this point, and now I'm gonna type I want to move this point to 10 meters. We are working in centimeters now, but I want to move this to 10 meters. So what you have to do is just type 10 and add m, which is meter. If you type that, this will move the object 10 meters from the point. Now you can measure it, it's 1000 centimeters, which is 10 meters. Let me show you this in copy so that you can easily understand. Type copy, select the object, enter, so choose the base point, and you can copy wherever you want. And again I'm gonna delete this and this. Okay, just type copy and choose this point. Yeah, again if I type 100, it will copy 100 centimeter from the point. But again, just type copy, and if you type 10 m, this will make a copy on 10 meters. This will work in all other units also. If you want to copy this in like let's say inches or feet, let's copy this, choose the point. So I just want to move 30 feet. Just what you have to do is just type 30 and type feet, enter. Now the object is copied to 30 feet. This will be more helpful when you are working in a certain units and your reference has another units. For example, let's say if your reference are in feet and inches, but you are working in centimeters. So usually what we will do is we will convert the feet and inches in Google, and we will make a drawing according to the centimeters. Here you can type directly feet, that will convert to centimeters automatically. It's a very good thing in Rhino. Okay, let's jump to the next command, which is rotate. And here we have two options. The first one is normal rotate. Just select object, enter, and we need to give a base point, and the base point will be the center of the rotation. Like I'm gonna give this as a base point. You can see this is the center of the rotation, and you have to give the first reference point. Just gonna turn off this ortho, and you can see here you can rotate just like this. If you want to give an angle, just type 45 degree, enter. Now it's rotated to the 45 degree. And if you want to make a copy when you are rotating the object, all you have to do is just type again rotate, select the object, enter. All you have to do is just turn this copy to S. If you do that, you can make a copy with a rotation. Like I'm gonna rotate it like this, and you can see here it made a copy of the original box also. So the normal rotate is rotate 2D, which is you can rotate only two directions, two axes. But here we have rotate 3D. Just click on this and select the object, enter. In this function, which is rotate 3D, you can rotate in all three axes, which means you can rotate an object in any directions. In this you have to give the rotation axis first. So here I'm gonna give this as an axis, and just like this. So again, so at this time I'm gonna give a random direction. So you can see it's rotating all the direction. Just practice this because in the beginning it will be a little bit confusing, but once you get a hang of it, it will be easy. So next here we have mirror. I'm just gonna delete this and I'm gonna create a random curve. Make a copy. Just type loft. Before that, just turn on this record history. Loft. So okay, let's here we have mirror. Just click on this. Then you have to, let's turn on the ortho. Give the start point and the end point. That's it. Here now it's mirror just like this. If you don't want to make a copy, just type again mirror, and here you can see the copy. Just turn on this to no. If you do that, you will not get the copy of the mirrored object. Mirror, you can see here. In mirror also you can choose the axes. This will take the axis lines as a reference. For example, if I choose this x-axis, it will mirror the object to this x-axis. Let me do it again. Just select the object, enter. Now this time I'm gonna turn this copy is so that you can see it. Just click x-axis. Now it's mirror to the x-axis. If I choose y-axis, it's mirroring to the y-axis line. Same this work in z-axis also. In scale we have multiple options here, but we will use the first three options the most of the time. So I already imported a sofa and a chair here. Just unhide the sofa for scale. Okay, so here we have a sofa. Draw a reference line. So this sofa distance is approximately 2.2 meters. Okay, so just draw a line for 2.5 meters or 3 meters. Okay, so actually this is not in a proper scale. It's not 2.2 meters, it's 22 meters almost. So draw a reference line. Just click here. I just want to create around 1.5 meters. Okay, which is 1.5 meters. Enter. So this is the actual size, which is 150 centimeters. So I want to scale the sofa to this size. So I'm gonna move this approximately to near the sofa here. Now just type scale, select the object. Now choose the base point, and here will be my first reference point, and the second reference point is the end of the reference line. So now we get the proper size of sofa. Actually, to be honest, we don't need to use all these reference points and lines, etc. Just again, I'm gonna show it again. Just go back, Control Z. Just select the object and type scale. Give the first base point and click here, and just type the value of 150 centimeters. Now you can see here it's automatically reduced the scale to 150 centimeters. which is 1.5 meters. This is how we use scale. And let's see the other two options. Normal scale is scale 3D, which is the object will be scaled in all three directions. But in scale 2D, just select this, select the object, enter. The scale 2D will scale only two directions. Let me show you. Just choose the base point and the first reference point. You can see here it scales only x and y direction, not in this z direction. Same as this, you can use scale 1D also. 1D will scale only one direction. Let me just select the object, enter, and here you can see it. It's only scaling on a single direction. This is the most useful options, scale 1D and 2D. We will use most of the times. So I think that's it for scale. Let's see about array. I'm gonna hide this sofa again and unhide this chair. Chair is also in a wrong scale. Let me correct that. Just select the object, scale, and give it to 60 centimeters. Okay, now we have a chair with a proper scale. And array also has some of multiple options here, but mostly we will use this array curve and linear and polar. Let's see about that. Let's choose the first array and select the object, enter. Here you can see it will ask a number of items which you want to create in a x direction. Let's say 10, enter. And in the y direction, just 3, enter. And z direction, I don't want to create it, so I'm just gonna type 1, enter. And now you can see it's asking spacing between two objects. Just click here, and you can see here you can manually put it like this, or else you can give a proper dimensions. Just like I'm gonna give it to 50 or 150. Now the space between two objects is 150, enter. And you can see here now it's asking the width. Here also we have to give some value, enter. This is the preview. This is how we are going to get. So if you want to change anything, you can change it here. If you want to change the x number, just type here and change it like this way. And you can also change the spacing also if you want to. And after that, just press enter. Now you can see we get the array objects. Just go back. And if you want to make an array in a single direction, let's say I just want to make an array on only the y axis. In that case, what you have to do is just type array, select object. Just make sure the numbers is 1 in the other directions, like x and z. Just type 1, enter. And y direction, I have to make the count, give the count which I want to give. Just type 12, enter. And z direction, just type 1 also, and just then give the spacing. Now you can see it's only creating in a single direction, single axis. Okay, and Then we have array curve. Let's create a curve first. Okay, this is the curve. So by using array curve, we can array an object through the curve. Let me show you. Just type array curve, select the object. Before that, just move the object approximately near the curve, and I'm gonna just rotate it like this. Now just type again array curve, select the object, enter. Now you have to give the path curve. Just select the path curve. Here we have two options. One is items and another one is distance. In items you can specify the counts. Let me just say 20, enter. And the distance will change accordingly. And also you can specify a distance here. Just say 120. In this case, the items will change accordingly. This is the array command which I use always. Okay, let's see the other two options also, which is array linear and polar. Okay, array linear. This will make an array on a linear path, which is a straight path. Just select the object and you can give the number of items here. Just say 15, enter. And you can see here it will make an array on a straight path, but you can do it in any directions. And finally we have this array polar. This will make an array in a circular path. Let me show you. Just click the array polar. Before that, I'm gonna move this here. Now type array polar and place a center point. If you want to make a proper complete circular array, what you have to do is just type array polar, select the object and give the center point, and number of items you can give it here, enter, and select the first reference point, and the second reference point you have to type 360, enter, and again enter. Now you can see here it's creating a complete circular path. Let's drag this and move it to the viewport. And also you can find this from under the transform toolbar, but I'm using from this. So here let's see about the most useful commands from this toolbar. Okay, let's get started. Let's create a polygon. And make a planar surface. Just extrude this. So now here we have a poly surface. So from this deformation tools we have a stretch command. We can use this to stretch an object. Let me show you. Let's click on this and select the object, enter, and just give a axis. You can see here, we can stretch it like however we want. This is almost like scale 1D, but we will not use this command that much. So let's move on to the next one, which is twist. This is a cool stuff. Just let me create a center point for this polygon. For creating a center point, just type area centroid. Then you will get a center point, and I'm gonna copy this to the top. Okay, now just click this twist. First select the object, enter. For the start of the twist axis, I'm gonna select the base point, and the end of the twist axis, I'm gonna choose the top point. And now it's asking an angle. I'm gonna choose somewhere here, and you can just like this. By rotating, you can twist the object. I'm gonna show it again. Just click on this twist command, select the object, and you need to give the start and end axis, and select somewhere, just rotate like this. I don't need this much of twist, so I'm gonna do it again to reduce a little bit. Okay, now this is good. Okay, that's it about twist. And next we have bend. Before that, I'm gonna explain about taper. Taper is, we will taper one side of an object. Let me show you. Just select this, select the object. Same as before, we need to select a base point and the end axis. Then just like this. If you move your cursor outside, this will taper outside. But if you move the cursor inside, this will taper like this. This is how taper will work. Now, and here we have bend. Bend will basically bend an object. Just select this, select the object, enter. Same as before, you need to give a start axis and end axis, and you can see we can bend however we want. Okay, now let's move to the real thing, which is this flow along surface. Let me go back to this one, because I'm gonna use this surface to flow along surface. Here you can find the flow along surface. This is a quite interesting one. Let's see about that. Basically, the flow along surface will helps to map an object or geometry into a surface. Like if I have a box here, let me explain by creating it. First, we need to create a rectangle, and let's create a box here. Now let's array this, type array, select the object, enter. So in the x direction I want 10, the y direction maybe 50, z direction just 1. and here we can give the spacing. Okay, so I'm gonna change the number here. X number will be 6 is enough, and Y number will 35, no, 29 will work. Okay, so and I'm gonna select all the boxes and make a group. So what flow along surface will do is we can map these geometry into a surface. Let's extract this surface before doing that. Okay, click on the flow along surface. First we need to select an object, enter. Okay, we need to have a base surface. For that we need to make this rectangle to a planar surface. Now we have a base surface. This is the target surface. This is the geometry. Now again click this flow along surface. Select the objects, enter, and base surface and the target surface. And when you click the base surface, always try to click in a corner. Same for the target surface. Now you can see here we have created these boxes into the surface. But you can see here we have some kind of problems, that because the targeted surface area is not equal to the base surface area. Why is that? Is we created the rectangle randomly. Let me delete this, and this time I'm gonna make it a proper way and delete this again. So the proper way to do is we need to create a rectangle from this surface. For that we can use this command called create UV curve and enter. Now we have the same area rectangle of the surface. Instead of doing a random rectangle, we can do it in this way. So this time I'm gonna create a different shape. For example, let's create a star kind of shape. Go to the polygon and star. And I'm just fillet all the corners by using fillet corners. Enter. Okay, just like this, and I'm gonna select everything planar, just give a little bit extrusion, that's it. So I'm gonna array this again. So for the X I'm gonna change the number, and for the Y also. Okay, I think this is good. Now select everything without the rectangle and make a group and make this rectangle as a planar surface. Okay, now again click this flow along surface, select the object, enter, and select the base surface and the target surface. Now you can see we have this geometry in the surface in a proper way. So that's how flow along surface will work. So let's now move to the next command, which is cage edit. Cage edit is also an useful command in many ways. Let me tell you why it's a useful command. By using this command, we can deform any object by its control points. Let me show you. Let's just click on this cage edit, and first we need to select the object. I'm gonna select this as an object, enter, and here you have to click this bounding box and enter, and here you can give the point count. Now 444 is fine, and enter, and again enter. So you can see we have created a cage around this object. Now by using this control point, we can manipulate or deform. Like if you want to move this part only, just by choosing this control point, we can deform this space. So we can get more control over an object to deform. If you want to increase the control points, let me create a box again just to show you. I know, instead of box, just create a star. So that will look interesting. Okay, now we just select the object, or just select the cage edit, select the object, enter. You need to give the bounding box, enter, and in the point count, yeah, here we already gave 444, which is we will get 4 control point on the x-axis and 4 control point on the y-axis and 4 control point on the z-axis. So if we want to change, we can change it here. For the x, I'm gonna give 5, and y also 5, but z I'm gonna give 10. Enter, and again enter, again enter. So you can see now in the x-axis we have 5 control point, and the y-axis we have 5 control points, but in the z-axis we have 10 control points. Now we have so much of control over this object. By using this control point, we can do whatever we want. So this looks so bad. I'm gonna just delete this. So anyways, that's how cage edit will work. Cage edit is one of the amazing commands in Rhino. Just play around it so that you can explore more of this command. Here you can find it in the bottom. In any case, if you don't find it here, just right click on the toolbar and just click that show panels, and you can see this O snap. Just click this. This is an object snap toolbar, so that you can drag it and place it anywhere you want. So I'm gonna close this, and I have it here. Snapping toolbar is basically used to snap objects. So let's create a box here. I'm gonna turn off everything and I will explain one by one. Okay, so now not a single snapping option is turned on. In this case, if you want to place an object, you cannot snap anywhere on this object. If you want to move here, we can randomly move anywhere, but we cannot properly snap anything. That's because we have turned off everything. So now let's turn on this end object snap. So now if I want to snap this, we can snap. Let's create a point again. So if I want to place a point in the end, we can place it. Just click. Now we have placed exactly the end of this object. So if I want to move, let's say if I want to move this object, just type move and you can snap this end. Click and move it anywhere you want. Same as this, all the other snapping tools will work. Let's see about near. Near will helps to snap near the edges. So let me just place a point. So if I want to place a point on the edge, we have to turn on this near. If you turn off, we cannot snap here, but when it's turned on, we can snap the edges and we can place anywhere. And the point object snap, we can snap points. If I want to move this to this point, we can snap. And here we have a midpoint. Let's turn on this. So if I want to draw a line in the center of the object, we can use this midpoint. This will snap the midpoint of an edge. Just select here and we can also snap the midpoint of the lower edge. Now we have created a line in the object. Same as everything will work. Center, let's create a circle here. If you want to place a point in the center, we can use the center. Just move your cursor near the curve and just click on the curve. I mean, when it show the center like this, just click on it. This will automatically snap the point in the center of the circle. Same as this, everything else also works. Just intersection, perpendicular, tangent, quad, knot, everything. Like if I turn on everything, we can snap the perpendicular. And if you want to snap an intersection, here you can snap the intersection like this. And here we have vertex. Vertex is also a end snapping object for meshes. Like if we have any mesh, let's create a mesh box. In meshes, we cannot use any of these snapping toolbars. Like if I want to place a point in this object, we cannot snap. We can snap here, but we cannot snap in the mesh object. So for that, we can use this vertex. Like if I select this, we can see a lot of lines, mesh lines. By turn on this vertex, we can snap the edges, I mean the endpoints. So vertex is used only for the meshes to snap the endpoints. And here we have project, but I will talk about project later in another video with the project command, because if I talk about this now, nothing will make sense. So if you don't want to use any of these snaps in the middle of the project, just click on this disable. This will disable all the snaps instantly, because sometimes turning all the snaps will make your workflow complicated. In that time, we can use this disable. If you want to enable, just click again.
When you select an object, it will appear in the middle of the geometry. If you don't see this, just turn on here, right here, the bottom of the toolbar. Then you can see it. Gumball tool is basically used to manipulate an object. It's a manipulator tool. When you see the gumball, there are so many things here, like the arrows and the curves, plus the box with dotted lines. Let me show you what this will do. First, the red color is for x-axis and green color is for y-axis, blue color is for z-axis. So when I select an object, this will appear in the middle. Okay. If you want to change, you can change it. I will show you later. First, you can see there is a arrow. Arrow is for move. When you move your cursor on the gumball, you will see some kind of stuffs in there. Move, extrude, copy, numeric entry, move, gumball. These all are the things we can do in that arrow. Basically, the arrow is for move and the curve is for rotate and the box with dotted line is for scale. When you click and drag, you can move an object just like this. When you hold the alt key and then drag, it will make a copy. Yeah, as I said before, the red color is for x-axis. If you drag in the red color, this will move only in the x-axis. If you drag to the green color, this will move an object to the y-axis. If you want to move with a value, just click on the arrow and you can give the value. And the second thing we have is this arc. By using this arc, we can rotate the object. The blue color will rotate like in the Z direction, and the red like this, and the green like this. Same as arrows, we can also give the value here. Just type here and give, if I give 45 degree, 45 enter, this will rotate in the 45 degree. And also if you hold the alt key and rotate, this will make a copy. And now the box with the dotted lines. This will make an object scale. You can see when you move the cursor to the box, you will see this is for scale only. When you hold the shift key, this will scale uniformly. Same as before, when you hold alt and scale, this will make a copy. So these all are the basic thing about gumball. So there are two more other things we can do with the gumball. Let me create a surface here. When you select the poly surface, you will not see the ball inside this. But if you see this, you can see a ball kind of thing in the arrow. By using this, we can extrude a surface or curve. But we cannot see this in the poly surface. We can only see in the surface and also in the curves. But in the curves we can do something like, if you just click and drag it, this will make a closed poly surface. If you wanted to extrude only the curve without the closed poly surface, just hold the control key and drag, then it will create an open surface. And also if you hold shift key and drag, this will extrude the curve in both sides. And the another thing is, when you select the curve, you will see another a small line in the arrow. By using this we can cut an object, like just click and drag it in the up. This will act as a cutting object, I mean cutting curve. Now you can see we have cut this object into two pieces. But this option only available in Rhino 8. The previous version doesn't have this option. Again I will show you. Let's create a box here. So if you want to cut this, just draw a line, but the line should be under or above the object. Then you can do however you want. Just a line, I mean just a curve, and select the curve and just click and drag the line. This will cut. So these are the things we can do with the gumball. And there are, if you right click on this gumball, you can also see some options here. Let's see about that. So here we have this align. Okay, align to C-plane is, the gumball will align to the C-plane. This is our C-plane now. Let me show you. If I change the C-planes to the left side, maybe, now you can see our z direction is changed in this side. So when it's turned on align to C-plane, whenever you change the C-plane, the gumball will automatically align to that. But if you align to object, this will align to an object. If you rotate this, the gumball will also rotate with it. And then we have align to world. If you choose align to world, this will always, in the x-axis will be in the right side and y-axis in this way, and z-axis will be always up. And finally we have this view. When you choose the view, whatever the view, the gumball will be aligned to that. I will go back to C-plane and make it as a top. Then we have these two options, snap dragging and smooth dragging. When you move now, this will be drag smoothly. When you choose the snappy dragging, you can snap the end, midpoint. This will activate the snapping when you are dragging the object. And then we have the settings. In the settings we can change the color of x, y, z axis and the sizes. And here we can change snappy and smooth. And the most important stuff is this one, rotate view around gumball. We can see this here also, rotate view around gumball. This should be on always, if you ask me, because if you turn off this, and now I have turned off this. If you rotate, we cannot control our viewport properly. Like this is, you can see this is rotating randomly. But if you turn on this, whenever you orbit, this will orbit around the gumball, so that when you are working with your 3D model, this will be more useful. So try to always turn on this. Just create a surface, go to the shaded view. Okay, so, and I'm gonna draw a curve also. So okay, first we will see about the trim. Trim is a basic command which helps to cut and remove the unwanted parts. Let's select everything and type trim, and if you don't want this part, just click on this. This will trim an object and remove the unwanted part. This is how trim will work. Simple and easy. And also you can trim polysurface object also. Let me show you. Let's create another line here, and I'll make this as a surface. So if I don't want this part, just select everything and trim. Just click on this, but this is not working. I just need to drag this down. Now it's completely inside the surface. Now select everything, just again type trim and click this. Why this is not working? Yeah, you need to explode an object, which means you cannot trim a poly surface. You can always trim a surface and lines. So if you want to trim a poly surface, you can use split. That's the another command. Here I have a box. Again, I'm gonna draw a line here. Just extrude this and move this down to cover everything. So now we can use the split command. Just type split. First we need to select an object and then enter, and then you have to select the cutting object. So this will be my cutting object. Just click on this and enter. Now you can see we have splitted this object, polysurface. So this is how basically trim and split will work. The main difference between trim and split: trim will automatically delete the unwanted parts. Split will just splitting the two objects. And also when you type split, you will see some of the options here. Let's see about the useful ones. Here we have this split edge. Split edge is also one of the useful ones. This will split an edge of a poly surface or a surface. Just click on this. First, this, if I want to split this edge, before that I'm gonna show you. Just if you use the Control and Shift key and select the edge, you can select the edge. Now you can see this will be a single edge, but if I want to split that, just use the split edge command. Click on this and select the edge, and it will give a point to split. You can place it anywhere you want. Just click on it, enter. Now if you use the Shift and Control key, you will see we have split this edge. This will help if you wanted to draw a line here. The splitted edge, this will act as an endpoint so that we can easily draw anything. And also if we want to use only this part to move, we can use this. Same as this, we can also split a face. Just split. Just type split. Here we have split face. Just click on this. Select the face you want to split enter, and then you can draw a polyline, enter. Now you can see we have splitted this face, but when you select it will select everything because the object is not exploded, so just explode. Now we have individual faces. Same as this will also work for mesh. If you want to make a split on a mesh object, we cannot use these commands. We can use split mesh, split message, and mesh split. Let me show you. Let's create a mesh object, mesh tools, and let's create a cylinder. So this is a mesh object. If I want to split this, just create a surface. The cutting object can be a poly surface, that doesn't matter. But if you do a normal split, just type a normal split, select the object. We cannot select the object because this is a mesh. So in that case, we should use split, mesh split. Just click on this, and then we can select this mesh object, enter, and the cutting object, enter. Now we have splitted this surface.
So you can find the selection tools under this select panel. Here we have so much of functions which we can use to select objects. Let's see about that. Let me create some geometries first. Let's create a box and sphere. Let's go to the shaded view and some lines and add some points over here and also a surface. So I have all the types of geometries here. So okay, let's see about that. So here we have select all. When you press this select all, it will select all the geometries or objects which is in the file. And then you have select none. If you click this will deselect everything. Actually, the selection tool is basically we can select object with various methods and types. When you move the mouse to the function, it will show what could be done with this. This is selection filter. I will talk about selection filter in a little bit later. And next we have this invert selection. Invert selection will, let me select this. If I want to select everything except this, then you can use this invert selection. This will select everything except the selected one. Okay, then we have this named selection panels. Actually, most of the selection tools we will not use mostly. So I'm not gonna explain all these things. I will explain the important one. The most important functions from this selection toolbar is this one, previous selection. Okay, this will helps to select the previous selected. So for example, if I'm selecting this one and now I'm not selected anything, so if I wanted to select the previous selected, which is this one, just click on here. This will select the previous selection. And the another one is this one. This will select the last created objects. Okay, if I'm going to create something, let's create a box again. If I wanted to select this one, which is the last created, we can use this select last created object. When you're working on a complex 3D model, this will make your life much easier. So then we have this point. Okay, if you select this will select all the points. Same as this, we have this curve. If you select this will select the curve. Actually everything is similar. When you move the mouse you will see what the function will do. Okay, so according to that you can do that everything. Like this will select the hatches, this will select the lights, this will select the clipping planes, this will select the surface, this will select the meshes, etc. So the most important selection functions is this one, the select previous selection and select last created objects, and this select points and the select curves. We will use this frequently when we do the 3D model. Now let's see about this selection filter. Here we have the selection filter. When you click this it will show something. You can either show or toggle, whatever it is. Just once again, selection filter, if you click the show it will appear in the side panel. What this will do is this will filter the selections. For example, if I don't want to select this point, you can just uncheck this. Now you cannot select this point. Same as this, all the other stuffs also work. If you deselect this curves, you cannot select the curves. If you deselect this surface, you cannot select this surface. And also you can, if you want to select only the curves or only the points, just deselect everything and only choose the curves. Now you can select only the curves. This also will helps to make your workflow much easier. If you select this disable, the selection filter will be disabled, so that we can select anything we want. And here another one stuff, which is the sub object selection. When you check on this, you can select the sub object. Actually this is a polygon. Let me deselect this. If you select, this is a poly surface. Okay, so if you want to select the subsurface, you can use shift plus control and select. But easier way, just click on this sub object selection and click. You can select the sub object. You can select anything like edge, point, whatever. This will be more useful by using this way. You can find the layers tab here. If you don't have this one, just right click on this. Here click on the show panels. You can choose it from here. So this is the layer box. So in the layer box, first we will have the layers by the layers name, and after that in this bulb icon, this is for hide objects. Okay, hide and unhide objects. Let me create some objects here. So here I have some objects. Now every object was created in this default objects. Why is that? Because we are in our current layer is this default. If you want to create in another layer, just double click here. The tick will appear here, and after that if you create anything, this will be in this layer, which is layer 3. You can see by its color. Okay, if I wanted to create something in layer 4, just double click on it and then create it. So if you want to change these objects into another layer, you can just select the objects which you want to change, and let's say I want to change these 3 objects into layer number 1. Just click on the layer number 1, then you can see here this icon, change object layer. Just click on it. Now these 3 objects are in this layer number 1, And if you want to hide this layer number 1, just click on this bulb icon. This will hide and unhide the objects. And this is the lock icon. If you click on this lock icon, we cannot select the layer. So after this, you can see the colors. We can change the layers color by clicking this. Just click on this, it will open the color box. You can change it here by choosing the color. And after that, we have this material box. Materials will be only appear in the render mode. Let me go to the render mode. Now you can see everything is in white color, which is we didn't assign any materials. If you want to assign material, let's say I just want to assign the materials for this layer 1. These 3 objects are in layer 1. We know that. Just click on this material, this here. This will appear a box. Here you can choose which material you want to, like we can create a custom and all those things. For now I'm just gonna click this plaster, and here you can give the material color and press OK, and then OK. Now we have assigned a material for this object. Let's go back to the shaded view. This is the line type, which is if I'm going to draw a 2D drawing, like let's say this one. So here by clicking this, you can change the line types. Now we have a straight continuous line, just like AutoCAD. We can change the line type by using this line type. And then this is line weight. You can choose the line weight here. So if you want to create a new material, you can click here. This will create a new materials. You can name whatever you want, let's say floor. And also if you want to rename, just double click on the name, and then you can change whatever you want. If you want to create a layer within a layer, in this wall I want to create something inside this layer, what we can do is just click on this one. This is new sublayer. This will create a layer within a layer. Just click on this. Now I'm gonna say this is for interior wall. Now this layer is inside the wall layer. For example, if I'm going to create a wall here, let me change the line type back to continuous. So okay, now let's say this is our wall, which is in blue color. So let's change the interior wall to some other color to understand better. Now double click on this. Now we are in the interior wall layer. Let's create another single partition wall, something like this. So the sublayer is much important one, which because so it's now we have everything under this wall layer. So if we are going to create a 3D model, we will have so much layers like wall, floor, ceiling, and etc. Inside wall we will have interior wall, exterior wall, partition wall, etc. So if we want to do anything with the wall, we can do with the main wall. I will talk about this later when we are working in a real-time project. For now this is fine. So this is how we create a layer within a layer. And if you don't want any layer, just simply click this X. This will delete the layer. And also if you want to move up and down, you can use this icons. When you right click on this layer name, you will have some of the options here. in my viewport I have so many objects here. I just want to select the objects within the wall layer. So how can we select that? Just right click on this, just select objects. This will select all the objects within the wall layer. And also you can see we have interior wall layer within the wall layer. How can we select this one? So if we have so much layers here, let me create another sub layer for wall. Let's say exterior wall, and another one called partition wall. Let's create a box here. So I have three layers inside the wall layer. If I want to select all these layers, just right click on this. You can see here select sublayer objects. This will select all the sublayer objects within this wall layer. And then we have change object layers. Let's say if you want to change other objects into this layer, just select the object and right click. You can see change object layer. This will change the object into this layer. And also you can see there is another option called copy objects layer, which means if I want to, okay, if I'm selecting this and here right click copy objects layer, what this will do is we will have a copy, and that copy will be in this layer. And the rest of the things we can do it from here, like for example new layer, you can create a new layer here, same as a new sub layer, duplicate layer, delete, rename, all those things. So basically this is how layers will work. If you are not able to understand these things, don't worry about this right now. It will be all make sense when we do a 3D model. Now let's see about the properties. This is the layer box. When you click this one, this is the property. Okay. If you are not selecting anything, this will show the properties of viewport. Let's see what we can do with this properties. So here we have this title, which is we are in the viewport. If we change the viewport, this will automatically change. If you change this width, let's say 1200, this will change the width of this perspective view. Let's go back to the original. So simply this will change the width and this will change the height. And here you can change the perspective mode. If you wanted to be a parallel projection, this will make a parallel. And this perspective, if you want to have a 2-point perspective, this will make the viewport 2-point perspective. And here we can change the display mode by here. If you wanted to go to the render view, just click here, this will automatically change to rendered view. So basically it's all about the viewport. And then here we have this camera. We can adjust the focal length by using this lens length. Let's change this to 25. You can see you can change the focal length, and here you can rotate the viewport and all those things. If you want to, rotate the camera, it's all about camera, x location, y location, z locations. So let's go back to 50. So this is basically about the viewport properties. And if you select an object, then it will show the properties of the selected object. Here you can see same the type of the object and name. If you want to give a name, you can give it here, and which layer is it in. If you want to change the layer, you can change it from here also. And display color. So now we have a layer color for layer 2, which is a purple. So if you want to give a custom color, you can change it to custom and click here. You can give whatever color you want. And another cool thing is when if you select the object, you can see the display mode. Okay, if you want to change only this object to the render mode, this will change as a render mode. And the basic stuffs like line type, line scale, print color, all those stuff. Let's move on to the next one, which is material. When you click here, you can assign material for this. Now we are using the layer material, which is we gave here. Whatever the materials you gave here will be used as a layer material. But if you want to change the material only for this object, just click here and click this plus icon. Then it will give so many options. This time I'm gonna use this custom material. Custom material, you can give the color, reflection value, gloss finish, transparency, and in the textures you can add the color map, transparency map, and all those things. For example, let's say I want to give a wooden material here. Let's download a wooden material. So I just downloaded a wooden material. Just click on this, add a new texture. Here it will have so many options. If you are familiar with rendering tools, you will know what these things are. Let me give a bitmap texture here. This will open the file explorer. I'm just gonna choose this wooden texture which I downloaded just now. Click open. Now we have assigned the wooden texture into this box. You can see when you're go to the rendered views. Okay, there is something wrong with this box. I will check what it is later. Yeah, it's just simple. We have created a custom material. Just click on this wooden texture will appear here, and then you have this texture mapping. By using this, we can map the texture. For example, let's click on the type to change the type to box. And you can change the position. Before that, I'm just gonna lock this, and you can scale this by using this. Double click on it. Let's give 500. 500 is too much. For say, let's say give 100. Yeah, 100 is fine. But I'm gonna, okay, for now 60 it's okay. And then you can position. We can rotate the texture here x, y, z direction. And also if you want to position this, we can position it. And basically we can remap the texture by using this texture mapping. So this is the basics about properties. The rest of the things we will not use them mostly. So I'm not gonna waste time to explaining these things. If you want to explore, just go through it. You will understand easily. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, which is this display. Here we have some display properties, which is it's not a properties, display options. Now we are in the viewport, perspective viewport. You can see here our active viewport is perspective. It's in shaded view. If you want to change this into render view, you can change it here also. According to that, the general settings will be changed. Let's go back to the shaded view, and here you can see the background. If you want to change the background, just click here. If you choose the solid color, you can, let me hide this grid by press F7. Okay, by using solid color we can change the background colors. And also we have, if you want give an image, you can give it here.
gradient colors and all those things. Let's go back to the use application settings. This will be the default settings, and here we have so much option called flat shading and shadows. If you want to turn on the shadows, just click here. You can see now we have the shadows of the objects. You can see here, and also here surface iso curves. If you check this, this will show the iso curves of the object. Same as this. If you want to hide the iso curves, just click on this. If you want to hide the surface edges, just click on this. This will hide the surface edges. In general, we can change this viewport settings by using this. If you don't want to, if you have some lights and text, just if you don't want to see that in this viewport, just you can remove the tick here and all those things. We will talk about this more when we are working in a proper 3D model. Everything will make sense. So for now, that's it for layers and properties. You can find the CPlanes right here. So basically what CPlane is, this one, the grid, the one you saw right here. What this will do is, if you draw anything, like for example, if you draw a curve, it's automatically drawn on the CPlane. Okay, so we can change CPlane as per our need. I'm gonna explain that how we can do that. Before getting started, I'm just gonna unhide the 3D model which I have downloaded from SketchUp warehouse so that you can understand easily. So okay, here you can see the CPlane options. So the first one is, we can set CPlane wherever we want. For example, if I have a box right here, now the CPlane is here. If I want to change it on the top of this box, just click on this set CPlane origin. Then you will have this point, so you can place it here. Now you can see the CPlane is in top of the box. If you draw anything now, this will automatically sit on the top of the box. Delete the box. I will show you on the building block. So if I want to draw anything on the roof, I will change the CPlane to the roof, so that if I draw anything, for example, let's say rectangle, if I draw a rectangle, I can draw it on the roof, exactly on the roof. So that's how CPlane will basically work. And the first one is set CPlane origin. We can place it anywhere, and the second one is we can place on the elevation part. For example, if I want to make it on here, we can change the CPlane to this part. And the third one is object. We can set the CPlane according to an object. For example, if I want to let's click on this, so then select the object. That's it. I have selected a line from that. Now it's aligned to that column. Next one, which is surface. You can also place it on a surface. Let's select this, and if I want to set it on this surface, just click on the surface. It will show like this. Then click anywhere, enter. Now you can see
the C-plane is on this surface. On a complex project, this will be more helpful to make your workflow easy. And if you want to rotate this C-plane, you can use this rotate C-plane. Just click somewhere and just normally if you rotate any object just like that, you can rotate this C-plane. And these things we will not use them most, so I'm gonna skip that. And here we have the general C-plane. It's like a preset. By using this, we can set the C-plane to the view. If I click this, my C-plane will align to my view. If I change here and click this, the C-plane will accordingly change it to the view. And the next one is top. This is the default one. And then we can change it to bottom, and here front side, and this one is for back side, and right and left. Just always place it on the top. When you need it, just change it accordingly. So yeah, that's it. That's basically about C-plane. Now let's see about set views. Here in this toolbar you can see this pan. This is generally we can pan the viewport, and then we will have this rotate, which is orbit, and then zoom. These things doesn't matter that much. You can see the symbol of cos here. This is top view. If you click on this will automatically change the viewport into top. And this one is bottom, front, right, left, back, and perspective. But if you don't want to change the, let's say for example, if you don't want to change the viewport, you want to stay in this perspective viewport, but you want to look the side angle, which means the left side, then you can use this one here. Here it says like front view of C-plane. Just click on this, you will see the front view, but still you are in the perspective view. In the perspective viewport, you can change the views only. How this will help is, here you can see the named views. We can save the views by using this named view panel. Just click on this one. If you click on here, it will appear a box something like this in the left side, which means in the right side. In here you can set the views. For example, if I want to have a view like this, I want to save a view, then just click on this camera icon. It will ask the name. Just type something. I'm gonna rename as view 1. Now it's capture the view here, and I want to have a view like this, and again you can click this icon. Now change the name to view 2. Okay, and one more view, like for a front view like this. Again click this icon, change the name. Now we have captured the views. If I want to go to the first view, just double click on this. We will automatically, it will show the view we saved. If I want to go to the view 2, just double click on this. Same as this, double click on this. This will be more helpful when we work on the rendering process. If you want to update this view, for example, let's say I just want to have a view like this, just click on this view one and just click again this icon, and now it's in the view one. You don't have to change the name and press OK. It will ask to replace the view. Just click yes. Now you can see we have updated the view one. And also if you want to delete, just click on this one, it will delete the view. And if you want to make a copy, for example for the view 2, I just want to make a copy of it, just click here this one, copy, and here paste. This will make a copy of the view. So that's it basically about setting views. And here another one cool thing, here we have this turntable. By using this we can rotate the object. By using this slide we can like change the speed of the rotation. And then we have this isometric toolbar. By using this we can set the isometric views. For example, just click on this, it will give the isometric view of northwest, and here is northeast and southwest and all those things. If you want to go back, just click on this perspective view. So that's it about setting views. And let's see about this visibility. Visibility is a basic thing which we can hide and unhide objects and lock and unlock objects. I'll show you. So if I want to hide these trees, select the object and you can click here hide object, it will hide. And if you want to unhide this, just click on this show objects, it will show. And another cool thing, the important thing, which is this one, isolate objects. So I want to isolate this single tree, just use this isolate objects. You can also you can also type isolate. This will isolate the objects. To go back, just click on this show object. Same as this, we have this lock. If I want to lock this tree, just click on this and click this lock, then we cannot select this tree. To unlock, just click on this unlock. Same as isolate, we have this isolate lock. This is also a very useful command. Just type isolate lock. If I want to isolate these trees, just select the trees and enter. Now everything is locked except the tree. If I want to work only in the tree, we can use this method and work on the tree. When the work is finished, just click this unlock objects. And also if you have a clipping plane, let's create a clipping plane. Clipping plane vertical. You can either type the clipping plane or you can choose it from here. So I'm just gonna create it for like this. So here I have the clipping plane. So if I want to keep this clipping plane but show the unclipped objects. So in simple terms, if I want to disable this clipping plane, you can just click this. Then you will not be the clipping objects, but you will have this clipping plane. If you want to enable, just move the cursor here and right click on this. This will make the clipping plane works. So that's it about CPlane, set views and visibility. First, let's see about options. Options is nothing but the settings or preference. When you type the options command, you will you will see this box. By using this box, we can change the interface and some other objects. Let's see about that. First, in the document properties, we will here you will see the grid. So if you want to change the grid lines, for example, let's cancel this. This is the grid line, right? If you want to change the grid lines, let's go back to the options. Go to the grids. Here you can see the grid line count. Now we have 200, and if I change this to 300, enter. Now you can see we have increased the grid line count. Let's go back to 200. Generally it will be in 100. I think I changed to 200. And minor grid line spacing, which is this light gray color. This grid distance is 1 meter. So if I change to 5 meters, it will change. Now the grid line is 5-meter distance. And major lines is the dark line. Between two major lines you will have 10 minor grid lines. You can also change that also. And here hatch, you can also change the hatch patterns here. If you want to scale anything about the hatch, you can do it from here. And also the line types. So we will not use these that much. The thing which will use this one, ellipses, we will use this. This is for the keywords for a command. So you can add and edit a keywords for this. Now for example, here we have a copy. So I'm assigning C for the copy. So if I want to change anything, we can just type it here. Here we can assign that. Let's go back here. So what command we can assign? For example, I want to assign this Boolean difference. Let's go to this Boolean difference and select this name. In the command name, just go and select this and make a copy, and then type options. Here add a new. In the new analysis, I'm gonna give BD, Boolean difference, and here just paste that. And before this, just add a quotation symbol, this symbol, and press OK. Now let's create a box to Boolean difference. So now if I type BD, enter, this will work for Boolean difference. This is how we set a keyword for the tools. And then we have this appearance. Appearance is about changing the colors and all those things. If you click here, the arrow, you will see the colors. Here you can change all the colors. You can change the XY axis lines color and selected object color. For example, now my selected object color is yellow. Okay, if I want to change it to something else, let's go to the color and click here. You can change anything, any color you want, but I prefer yellow, so I'm just keep it like this. And also you can play with this. And also if you want to dark, you can choose this dark theme. Now our theme became dark. This is also nice. Okay, let's go back to the light one, which I use always. Yeah, let's check this. Here you can change the appearances of and colors here, and in the files you can, if you want to change the minutes of auto save, you can change it here. And what else? Yeah, in modeling aids you can change anything regarding to the gumball here and cursor here, all those things. And you can also change the grid snap and ortho degree. Generally if we turn on ortho, it will be snapping to 90 degrees. You can change that also by changing the number here. And in the mouse you have to change this one. This is the most useful one. If I'm not selecting this, like, okay, drag selected objects only. So if I just randomly move my mouse by clicking this object, it will automatically move. So if you don't want to do like this, just go to the options, and in the mouse just tick on this drag selected objects only. This will make, now you can see I cannot drag randomly, I can drag only after the selection. This is the useful one. Just go and turn on this drag selected objects only. So that's it about options. The other things we will not change anything basically. And here you can see the keyboard. If you want to change anything on the keyboard, you can assign it here. Just remember, whatever you are going to do, add a quotation mark before it, then only it will work. Quotation, or else that this symbol, exclamatory symbol, I think. Okay, now let's see about my setting up. What I do change to make my workflow easier. The first thing, when you click on the middle mouse button, it will show the pop-up box. In this one, yeah, by the way, just click on this, and if you click the gray color here, it will appear. You can place it on the viewport and just take a screenshot and arrange this if you want, because these tools I will use regularly. So maybe this will also help for your how to assign a tool to here. Just go to the panels, the icon. So if I want to add any other, for example, if I want to add the point light, this is also I added recently. Let's say, okay, let's say I want to add this point to this one. So let's move the cursor on the point tool and click control button and just drag to here. Now if you press the middle mouse button, it will appear here. If you want to delete this, just click alt, I think alt button, no, not alt, just click shift button. It will ask move, just move to the outside of the, oh my, let's just give me a second. So this is how we add and remove the things. And what else I have changed to set up like this: right side first, layers and properties and display properties. This will also be useful. And this one you can see here, this is from the D5 render. I will use D5 render for rendering. So I just place it here, and these tools, lights from render tools, you can see the lights on the render tools. I just have make a copy right here so that I can easily access. What else I have changed? Yeah, in the tools, this is important. I mean, for me, in the keyboard, I have changed the F1, F2, F3, F4. This is for top view, perspective view, front view, right view, left view. Generally, it will be not like this. It will some other commands, but I changed to this so that if I want to, let's create a box. If I want to go to the top view, I will use F1, and front view, perspective view, F2. And for this, you can easily switch views without going here and set views here. So I highly recommend to use it like this. Change the F1, F2, F3, F4 key for the viewport. And what else? And in the aliases, I have changed some other things also. If you want, just take a screenshot. What else? What are the things I have changed is this between, BT, and copy, D for distance, I for isolate, G for group, L polyline, L for polyline. This is the lifesaver match properties. Just take a screenshot if you want to change it to yourself also. These things will make your workflow much easier. So that's it guys, that's it about options and setting up. So guys, we have completed the first chapter, which contains all the tools explanations and everything regarding to the basic level. On the next chapter, I will do an apartment design from the scratch to an end. I mean, from the 2D plan, 3D model, and rendering and documentations. So I will cover everything on the next chapter. So stay tuned and subscribe to the channel to get more updates. So that's it guys, I will see you on the next chapter.